your stew. Bubble, bubble, what's that do? Smells so wrong but feels so right. Pink smoke rising in the moonlight. Neighbors yelling, what's that blast? Too late, it's cooking fast. Ale, strawberry boo gas, blasting from the grass. Bubble and sizzle, it's science class. One big burp and the backyard blue. Now we're living next to Mount Doo-Doo. Built a grill from garbage cans, hooked it up with rubber bands. Dog barked once, the cat took flight, then boom, the sky turned brown and bright. It rumbled, it tumbled, it splattered the fence. A poop volcano makes no sense. Sticky strawberries rain from the sky. Compost cooking till the day I die. Filled strawberry poop gas, wild and crass. Flaming hot signs from the neighbor's grass. When it popped, we all went ooh. But dang, it smelled like barbecue too. So if you're brave and slightly nuts, mix that poop with grass and guts. Light it up and step way back. You might just launch your own snack
Let's see. There we go. It is working now. As you probably know, my wonderful assistant, Mr. Milton, decided that this would be a great morning to make some adjustments to my setup. And if any of you are familiar with Bart K and his channel, he has Yellow Ted the teddy bear who twiddles the knobs. Now, we don't have any knobs around here. It is working now. As you probably know, my wonderful assistant, Mr. Milton. Okay, we'll turn this off. There we go. So, we're up and running. Now, let me go ahead and look at the chat. Hold on. Let me see here. Okay, let me see if I have any comments. Where did my chat go? It's here somewhere. I'm still getting used to the time change over the week. I hate to say it, but it's going to take a while. Yeah, we have a lot of comments, so this is good. And we have a couple of comments here that says no sound, but now you can. Now, I'm going to have to make a couple of changes, so give me a couple of seconds here while I double-check the sound settings, thanks to Mr. Milton and his wonderful ability to change. Actually, what he does, he plays with the cables, he pulls out the adapter, but that's going to be changing soon because I'm going to be swapping computers, and that will eliminate this problem for good, I hope. Anyway, let me check this other. All right, now this one is working. Let me switch to the other scene. Okay, now that one is working. Excellent. All right. Why don't I have a display? This is kind of weird. Okay. What did I... Milton, have you disconnected the camera? What's the deal here? So we have this one. Oh, and that camera's working. Well, that is odd. Okay. Sorry about that. Well, anyway, that should get it working. I think I may have to switch scenes like this. Okay, that's what it is. A little bit of hardware limitations, but again, we're going to work on that. And let me clean up the mess that Milton made. As you can see, Milton has been very busy in the living room. There he goes. We'll just tidy up the mess a little bit so it doesn't look too bad. And let me see if the chats are functioning as they should be. All right, we have, here we go. Yeah, there's the chat. All right, let's see. Oh, yes. And the comments were not deleted, so that is very good. And our very first comment was from Lady June, number 1. I didn't know there was number 2 or number 3, but at least we have number 1. Says good morning, and Rick says good morning in return. And the Feral Grandma, always one of the first, says hello. And Bride's Biscuit, he's saying good morning, Rick and family. And here we have one of our celebrities from yesterday's meetup. And this is Mike Seeley, Jr. Greetings from Tampa Bay. Greetings from Miami, Florida. Sandy Blythe, good morning. And unlike what Russ says, Sandy Blythe is 100% sober. And here's Aaron, another one of our Carnivore celebrity YouTubers. Morning, everyone. And again, if you like a lot of kids, animals, and a lot of action, that's the channel to check out. And here's the dad, Mike Seeley in Melbourne. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Rick. Hope you can use the laptop and phone. Well, I have them right here. I have the phone and I have the laptop. And that was one of the 2 computers that I picked up, and I'll explain how the story went. And yes, and we appreciate the wonderful dinner that you covered. Very, very nice of you. And also, I'll describe all the fun and interesting things that we did yesterday. Got a chance to meet our main celebrity carnivore, and you know who that is. And some movie 420. Good Saturday morning, Rick and everyone. Well, good Saturday morning in return from the quack. And Aaron says the coffee is on. Well, that's very important because I know that your morning and a lot of mornings start with coffee. And here's another one of our great YouTubers that was in our wonderful get-together. This is Chuck, Supertune. Good morning, everyone. Wow, it was a very great day yesterday being with fellow crazy-eating carnivores. Yes, and Chuck also, as he always does, provided nice gifts. It gave us meat, some delicious meat, and a very unique-looking computer. It's an older system, but it's really interesting because, believe it or not, it fills a need that I have. This is an older, I'm not sure if it's Core 2 or what it is, but it has 2 PCI slots in it. And it's probably, I don't know how powerful it would be for anything related to this, but my phone system is always an issue. I've burned out several old computers trying to keep the phone system working. This would be absolutely perfect. Plus, it has some type of RAID storage on it, although they're only 300 gigabyte drives. It'd be kind of nice to use as a phone and voicemail setup. So again, like anything else, people give me stuff, and I always find a way to use it. And that, in my opinion, is great because you can recycle things. Yay, the wind has blown away. It's actually pretty quiet here. We were supposed to get a lot of rain yesterday, but when I came home, there was hardly any rain. And I didn't find any new roof leaks, so that was a good thing. I'm happy about that. Chuck, I agree. A great time yesterday, so glad you came to the meetup. Yes. And the last time I had seen him was at Dr. Kiltz's meetup a month ago. And we got a chance to sit and talk together, especially when we went to Mitch's house. That was awesome. Setting up caffeine IV now. Well, there you go. And there's Robbie Autry. Good morning, Rick, and everyone else. Good morning, and early as usual. Let's see, are you the first one here? You probably are. 8 o'clock. And let's see. Yep. Brian's Biscuit was 7:59. And as always, Robbie Autry hit the 8 o'clock mark. And that's pretty good. I guess you have a secret way of determining the exact time when everything starts. And Brian Dish says, good morning, Sir Quack and all quackers. Well, good morning from the biggest quack that you'll ever see. And Barry Simon, who was also there. We got to talk quite a bit. Good morning, Rick. It was a great gathering yesterday. I'm glad we met. Have a great show. Well, thank you. And he made a couple of AI-generated videos, which he sent me one, which I will show in a little bit. So it was very interesting. And, okay, can't hear you. Yeah, I fixed that. Hopefully it is still working. And Josephine Cowley, 44. Howdy, beautiful people. Well, howdy. I love it when our regular friends come back. I didn't scare everybody away. That's a good thing. I didn't realize, Robbie Autry says, that Dr. Baker was as tall as you are, Rick. Well, Dr. Baker is a very tall and really in good shape man. You know, he's, when you look at the two of us together, he's a year older than me, and he does look older than me, but his physique is really, really good. Unlike me, that I'm just a toothpick. But I think a lot of it is just the background. Dr. Baker's background, he did a lot of working out, and you know how it is, played sports and all that. Me, I didn't do any of that. I'm basically the laborer. I taught classes. I work with computers. I did a lot of IT work in the 90s. So I never really got into the whole exercise and physique thing. But then again, I believe the story that Dr. Baker says is in his 40s, he started to fall apart. And then he discovered the carnivore lifestyle and got himself back into excellent shape. And now he's a prime example of why everybody in their 50s should at least try the carnivore diet. Or if you're not going to go on the carnivore diet, you should at least be a meat-based diet. I really don't see anyone who has gone on the vegan diet and looks that good in their 50s. It doesn't exist. It's impossible. Well, the only way you can be in good shape on a vegan diet is if you take a ton of synthetically derived supplements. There's a couple of people out there on the internet that say they're raw vegan. They're just liars. There's no way. When you see somebody in their 50s that looks relatively good and they say they're raw vegan, they're pulling your chain. It's a bunch of nonsense. They're probably a secret, what they call a chegan or cheating vegan, eating animal-based products. And you know they're taking a ton of supplements because you can't get that kind of physique eating compost and mulch. I'm still getting over the time change from 1963. Okay. Dr. Baker is shorter. Just a little bit. If you look at our eye level, now I've had people tell me that I have eyes like a caveman because eyebrows are thick and they're kind of small. But you look at the two of us, you can definitely see that he is just about an inch shorter. He's 6'5", I'm 6'6". That's the difference. Doesn't matter though. He's like 50 pounds heavier and he's a lot more massive, and I wouldn't want to be wrestling with Dr. Baker at any time. That would be a terrible mistake. Thankfully, though, tall carnivores are generally the nicest people you'll ever meet. And we have a good morning, Barry. It was great to meet you in person at the Meetup. Have a great time in Melbourne. And as you see, on Friday, he was there with Mitch when he was doing his live stream, and he even drove Mitch to the steakhouse so that Mitch did not have to drive his car. So that worked out really well. And we'll talk a little bit about travel and the help that we give each other. And I'm really amazed at how many friends I've been able to make in the carnivore community because we have such good people here. There's no question that we are the best. And speaking of people, how many people do we have in the chat right now? Let me double check. Let's see. I see that Milton has left the building. All right, let me double check here. We have 35 watching right now. That is really good. At our peak points, it can be over 60. Let's see if we can make it to 100. I'll have to be in the league of Mitch, who can get over 100. It is costume wear for the occasion, okay? And we have a hello from Chuck, Barry, Aaron, Sandy, Ride, Senior and Junior, Mike's, and all the other quackers. Yes, that's really great. Good morning from Dubuque, Iowa. We have a blizzard coming tomorrow. Wow. It's still hot here, but hey. Rick Sports men's fashion from the 50s. Yes, I am the 50s. That's the time period. If I wanted to come back at a particular time period, it'd be in the 50s, and then I'd still be around for the 60s when all the great cars really came out, because the 50s was great for things like, you know, some of the new technology, the architecture, the style, the whole space age thing going on. But it was the late 60s when they came up with the best cars, the Mopars. And, of course, you Chevy guys, you know what they say about bow ties and Chevys. And then you have the Ford guys. All right. But definitely the Mopar. The Mopar was the best. The Chargers, the Challengers. There's Barracuda, Cuda. Those are real popular. And any of us from our same age range, we know and probably really like those cars. That's why they're so expensive now. Good morning, Mike. It was great meeting you too, from Barry Simon. And we have a hello to Chuck. And good morning from Lewis. I can't wait. Can't wait to hear about the Meetup. Yes, and we're going to talk about that. Rick sounds like he's broadcasting from the radio newsroom. I don't know if that's good or bad. PCI slots came out starting in 1992. That is correct. We had winds up to 70 miles an hour all day yesterday. Wow, almost hurricane. And here's the man of the hour. This is Peter, Papa Carnivore. I see he's dropping in before he goes to work. You don't see him much on Saturday because ever since he got his job at City Furniture, he is busy. And the thing about Peter, once you get to know him, you can see that he really likes his job. I think that City Furniture did a very intelligent thing by hiring this man, because not only is he an expert with this furniture, he makes the customers happy. He's told me he's taken time to move things around for them, even when it was heavy. He makes sure that they're satisfied with their order, and that's what you want. You don't need somebody to sell you something. You need somebody to explain and answer questions. Maybe you're thinking about buying a particular item. It's like, I got a question. And you call him up, and he answers the phone, and it's amazing. So that's really good. Okay, let's see. We have, what does this say? Same here, snob. Okay. Milton socked Rick under the eye years ago. Well, this was not Milton. This is actually from a long ago car accident. There's a long story behind that. One of these days I'll make a video on it. I have no idea. Plus the lighting in here is pretty bad. I need to do some of the things that Mitch did. I was looking at Mitch's studio at home. He actually has a couple of them. Interesting the way he has his home set up. I never realized that his home is actually bigger than mine. Mine is 1,500 square feet, and he's got 1,900 square feet. So he's definitely in the mobile home community. I think he has one of the biggest ones when I was looking at it. So we have a hello from Peter to Chuck and Mike. Yeah, from Car Wreck, exactly. And I mentioned that before. Sandy remembers. Hi, Mike Jr. and Sr. from Peter. That is fiction. Okay. Try to be funny. Good morning, Pretzel Pete. Great seeing you again. There you go. And there were no pretzels, although he did make a little bit of a joke about pretzels. We went to a gas station to take a bathroom break. So he was making a joke about plantain chips and pretzels. I thought that was pretty funny. I looked at him like, okay, where's the punchline? I'd see you yesterday, and thanks for the carnivore snacks. Yes, I hope that you enjoyed them. Barry did give him some carnivore snacks. Rick's the Poindexter teacher, okay? I drove Rick to his house in Miami, saw the haunted house in person. It's actually really cool. Looks like a combination of a hardware store stock room and a workshop. I can see why Rick is so productive. Yes, yes. Now, Milton had knocked down my refrigerant recovery unit. So when I tried to open the door to the living room, it was impossible. Plus, there's a giant pile of stuff from my truck, which I showed him through the window. But I took him over to the window, that's where my bedroom is, and he could see Milton was at the windowsill rolling over and acting super cute. And then it was, you get a good view of the way that I live with the neon lights and all the other stuff that's in there. So yeah, it's very, very interesting. You will never find another home like this one. Well, until I move to another one, and that it'll be the same thing, just in a different location. It's a brother and sisterhood. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I met Milton. He is so cute. Yes. Also saw his female stray calico kitty, too. She was outside but ran away when I got close to her. That is correct. When a kid does not keep his room clean, the haunted house is eventual outcome. Hi, Peter. You survived. Yeah. Thank you for making the trip, bringing Rick, and getting him home with all the extra baggage. And if you want to see what it is, this is some of it. There's the box, and there's the computer. That computer is very heavy. Okay, get this in here. There we go. I know Chuck wanted to send me that computer, but the thing was so heavy, it would have cost more in shipping, probably, than anything was worth. But he was able to bring it in his truck, and then Peter was nice enough to bring me home all the way over here. And I was, again, it doesn't surprise me because every time that I've run into a transportation situation, one of our wonderful carnivore people steps up to help. And I'm really happy about that. And the good thing is, once I get my act together, I'll be doing the same. The next time we have a meetup, somebody might be riding with me in my truck. So that'll be good. At least that way, it'll save the extra driving and the extra fuel. And we have Good Morning Rick from BMAT369. And I say good morning. My first car was a 1970 Chevelle. Be nice. Yeah, well, again, they had the Chevys, the bow ties. Hey, it's better than walking. Yes, I'm still alive. How is Milton and the Calico? Well, you can ask Peter. Milton is his frisky, friendly self, as always. And Mrs. Calico, well, I saw her pop up her head this morning. I put some meat out there for her. I'm just waiting. I haven't had a chance to really go outside. Again, I'm still kind of backed up from the whole time change. So, but I'll get over it. Let's see here. All right, we got a lot of comments. We'll catch up. My first car was a 1969 Chevrolet El Camino. Yes. The steering wheel was an obstacle for me and the girlfriend because there was no back seat. Well, that is very true. You will not find a back seat in El Camino. You probably would have been better off with a pickup truck because the seats do have more room. Good morning from San Diego, Edward Renner. 1296. Good morning from Miami, Florida. My neighborhood El Caminos usually had chrome chain link steering wheels. Well, that's it. And they may have been lowered to the ground and bouncing up and down. So that's probably a California thing. Hi, Chuck from Barry Simon. Great to meet you yesterday. Yes. And let's see. Sounds like a tough area. That is correct. All right. And there's Coach Juliet Edens. Well, hello, Juliet. Good morning, Quackers, and good morning from Rick, the head of the Quackers. It was gangland for certain, yeah. Sounds like a Mexican gangland. I'm too familiar. 70s, Hell's Angel cleared out the worst gangs, but it was still bad. Don't forget. All right, so. Okay. And Juliet says hello to Rick and Milton. Hello. Can I help get her spayed? Probably. I'll have to explain what's going on with Miss Kitty. I was trying to get her to the Cat Network van, but they canceled the appointment, and then I got distracted trying to get ready for the weekend, but maybe next week we'll get it. I don't know if she has kittens or not. I don't know if they can do that, if there's kittens in there, but that poor kitty. She's a friendly kitty, though. I come outside, she rubs against me. She's so awesome. There we go. You'll get hungry smelling all the cooking all burning. That's probably true. And it looks like I've actually caught up with the comments. I have to admit, in the entire carnivore community, in fact, in the entire YouTube space, nobody can conquer the comments like me, and I didn't miss a single one unless YouTube deleted them before they got here. And speaking of celebrities, we have Dustin, Keto Simple. Good morning, friends. Good morning, Dustin. Glad you're here. Don't forget, his live is tomorrow morning, so if you want to check him out, go ahead and do it, especially if you like coffee. Good morning, everyone, from Jiffy. Strange animal, yes. They can spay and terminate the pregnancy. Okay. I will see what we can do. We got to get that little monster fixed. And she's pretty tame now, but she's a little reluctant to come in the house. But I'm sure after she's fixed, she'll probably be in the house. It's a cute little thing. I mean, I wish people wouldn't dump their pets all the time. They just, I don't know. I don't understand it. That's somebody's cat that got dropped off here. Why? I don't know. She's pretty friendly. Milton is the one that I could see somebody with dropping off because he's a little wild animal. The thing about Milton is that he's just a friendly little thing. Even though when he gets angry, he's like a tiger. When he's lovable, he just loves attention. That cat wants constant attention. So that's okay. All right, so it looks like we've gotten the comments. We have 44 people watching right now. So let's talk about what happened at the meetup. And those of you that were there, you know what happened. Those of you that were not there, you're probably very curious. So let's start off here. And let me see if I got some emails over here. Now let me go back to, where in the world did this go? Okay. I got a little technical issue. What is going on here? All right. So we will go to right here. Okay. So let's take a look at who was there, shall we? All right. You probably recognize some of these people. I know I do. Okay, let me move this a little bit. Okay, why is this not working? Oh. All right, okay. Got a little minor issue here. Let me see. Okay. Display capture. Oh. All right. Yeah, whatever. It's good enough. So, if you look in here, you probably recognize some of these people. This one right here. You know who that is. The one that says a steak a day keeps the doctor away. That is Dr. Nelson. So we know exactly who that is right here. That is Dr. Nelson. Now, who's this guy? The second tallest one there. That's our Pretzel Peter. We know who that is. And you know who that is? Mike Seeley. There's Gary. You can tell with that beard. Looks like ZZ Top. Look at who's standing up straight. Isn't it kind of interesting that Mitch is actually one of the taller people in the group? And Mitch is always standing up straight. Mitch is one of those people that will not give up, and I really respect him for that. And every time I see him, I just like him more and more. It's just one of those things. This is not your typical grouchy old man. This is an old guy with a great perspective and a lot of experience. You can learn a lot from him. I know I do. And in the back, you see this strange-looking, whatever that is. Looks like some kind of giant. And then, who's this? Well, there's Barry Simon, and let's see, who else is there? I think I see Chuck, and you see Mike's dad, and this nice-looking lady over there. Who's that? Very interesting. But anyway, let's go to the next picture over here and see. It's just a wider view. That's in the outside section of the steakhouse over at the mall. And then, this is how I walked out of that area. And Mike decided he'd take a picture of me stepping over the little fence that they have. I don't even bother to open the door. It's like when I go to a theater or one of those conference rooms, I'll step over the chairs to get around people. It's just a habit that us tall guys sometimes develop. Now, let's see what else we have here. Let's see. Okay, where did that go? I thought I had another one, but maybe I don't. Let's see. Barry Simon, he also, while we were there, he made a little video. Okay. Let's see if that will work. Okay.
All right, time to build the heart attack burger. First, the pork rind bun. Heart attack level starting high. Now bacon, more bacon.
Let me move this over a little bit. There we go. So I was sitting there doing my thing, and let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger. There we go. And we'll move this over. I know he likes to play with the AI things, and there I was sitting in the chair over at Mitch's. And we'll give this a play if it works. There we go.
All right, time to build the heart attack burger. First, the pork rind bun. Heart attack level starting high. Now bacon, more bacon. This is done. The heart attacking burger.
That's pretty funny. The only thing is I would never put bacon on top of the bun, but as you know, it's artificial intelligence. So it takes a little bit of time to get it to work the way that you want it to. Let me go ahead and close this out, and let me go back to, what did I do this here? Okay. There was another picture. I think, let me do, let's see, it might be in the messages. Let's see. Okay. Oh, here we go. No, maybe. I thought there was another one. I could be wrong. All right. I don't know what I did. Let's see. Oh, well. Huh. What world did I do here? Okay. Oh, well. What is this? Huh. Okay. I know who that is. And she can wait. Where in the world is this thing? Oh. All right. Let's see. We have 36 watching right now. All right. Where in the world? Okay. I keep getting these Yep. Oh, well. Anyway, let me go back to the other video over here and let's keep up with the comments. So anyway, we're talking about kitty cats in that one. But yes, there's actually other pictures that I got. I just don't know where they happened. Let's see. Okay. Yep, the comments are strong again. We did 3 last week. Celebrity. Yes, celebrity. Everybody knows who you are. That's the definition of a celebrity. Dustin, and we have hi Rick and Milton from Annabella Redwood. Well, hello from Rick, and we have a hey from Brian Dish. Good morning to Mr. Biscuit. After we adopted our cat, used to be homeless and lived outside, we would take him to Grandma's house every morning so he could be outside. It got to the point where he would run into the carrier. Oh, that's funny. Cats can be pretty funny. And we have a hello to Brian Dish. Is Miss Kitty pregnant? Probably. I can't really tell. But she does seem to be putting on some weight. It could be from all the food I gave her, but it could be because there's kittens in there. So we'll see. You have one more views than me, Dustin. Yeah, that is true. Hi, dear. How are you? Not likely. Milton is out of service. The cancer is pregnant. Also, Carnivore greatly reduces shedding. Yes, she sheds a lot, but Milton hardly does, which is amazing. Hi, Lewis, Dustin, Julia, Annabella from Chuck, and hello. I am going to work in a couple of hours. Awesome. How many more videos posted? I have around 950 of them. Okay. If you get busy and post a bunch, you'll get your views. Okay, so we're talking about getting big on YouTube. I'm still waiting to hit 4,000 subscribers, but I'm sure it'll happen in a few months. I hope you'll have a good day. I like working, more so when my fat boss is not there. All right, I've been busy packing. Oh, you're moving. Okay. You need to move on Tuesday. Wow. I gravitate to the opposite of busy Dustin. Mad respect. Yes. I hope to meet Rick one of these days. Yes, I want to meet everyone really. And that's right, Dustin. The main idea for people like us, especially me, to go on YouTube was to meet people. And for the very first time, well, in 2024, I met Russ. 2025, I got to Hack Your Health. In 2026, I've been to 2 events already. So it seems like the meeting of people is increasing. And just wait till I fix my truck. It's going to go even more than that. So for 10 years, I couldn't meet anyone because I was taking care of my sick parents. And now I'm making up for it. And I have a feeling it's only going to get better. So I agree. That's the whole point of YouTube. It's not to make money because I've never made a penny on YouTube. And I don't beg for money like a lot of the big YouTubers do. I just like meeting people. I've get criticized. Well, Rick, your people give you stuff. Sure, they give me stuff. But that's because they want to give me stuff. I never ask anybody for anything, as Mitch says. If somebody wants to give me something, it's like if I want to give somebody something, I don't have to wait for a special occasion. I don't have to wait for a holiday or some occasion. I just give it to them. Here, would you like this? You can have it. And that's the way that I am. That's what I do with my fruits and vegetables. If I got fruits and vegetables sitting around here, I tell people, go ahead and take whatever you want. That's it. That's a good thing. And Steadfast says, good morning, Rick and chat. Well, good morning. And we're talking about the AI video. It looked like Rick if he had a face transplant. Yeah, right? I try to do 2 per day and don't stream. I will not catch up. All right. And Lambs is here. Hello and good morning, Rick and all. Well, hello from Rick. And we have a hello to Chuck from Juliet. They're making you move. Okay. I don't need to move on Tuesday, Rick. I found out on Tuesday the rental situation is bad in Australia. Well, it's bad everywhere thanks to the central bankers driving up prices ridiculously. And down here, there are so many new apartments, it's crazy. And yet everything is overpriced and sitting empty. But that will change. It's only a matter of time. Base take, Rick, that's how gratitude works. Yes, it is. You have to realize that if people have the opportunity, a person who's happy, a person who's satisfied, has more than they need. If they're giving somebody something, that means that their life is pretty good. The people that are trying to hoard everything for themselves, they're the ones that they're not happy because for some reason, either there's deep-seated insecurities or they're just struggling to get by. And it's like me. I hoard my food. I can't give away my food because I have to eat. But I got junk laying all over the place. I got all kinds of items that I can give away freely. It's like the fruits and vegetables. I don't eat them. I don't want to see them go to waste. So I actually will deliver. You've seen me ride my bike. I got a friend down the street. They love the bananas I grow. I will deliver a hand of bananas every couple days so that they can have fresh bananas rather than let them rot outside or feed them to the ducks. And then over time, just oranges, avocados, whatever. That's just the way that it is. And if I have these things and I can give them to other people, it makes them happy. It doesn't make me happy having to eat fruits and vegetables. That makes me sad because it's like, well, you ran out of meat. Now you're in survival mode. But especially my vegan friends, when you bring them a bowl of fresh fruits and vegetables from your yard that were grown without pesticides, were grown on a one-on-one basis, they get excited. They really do. Somebody brings me a bunch of fruits or vegetables, and I'm like, well, more duck food, right? But I'll give it away. I've had people bring me avocados and mangoes from their tree, and you know what I do? I give it to my friends. I got a friend of mine that loves the mangoes from my yard, so I save every one. I give it to him and his wife and his kids, and they gobble those mangoes. That's like a treat. And I feel good seeing them eating the mangoes. That's why I said if I had a grove, if I had bought a mango grove or avocado or whatever, I wouldn't mind selling and giving away those fruits because a lot of people get a lot of pleasure out of fruits and vegetables. Just because I don't like them doesn't mean that everybody else should not like them. There's people out there that don't like steak. That's fine. It's your right. That's it. Okay, let's see. Post your coffee link, please. All right, I'll do it. See, that's another thing. I forget about that stuff. I know a lot of people, they have to put it up there. I forget about it. Let me just see if it's still here. Did I take it away? I think I hit it. Okay. Okay, I think. Let me see. There we go. All right. We'll put that there for a little bit. But you know me, I don't go around asking people for money. It's just not, that's not my style. It's like anything else. I tell everybody, it's like when you go to church and you're poor, they pass around the collection plate. You don't have anything to put in there, you don't put it in there. If you have a box where you can contribute, you don't have to put it in there. But it's different like when you go somewhere, if you're going to a movie, they charge you admission. If you don't pay the money, they won't let you in. Around here, it's more like the church. You can come in, you can listen, you can comment, that's fine. And if you want to give something, you're welcome to do that. If you can't give something, then you're welcome to do that as well. Now, I'm the kind of person that when I have extra, I will always give it away because the problem is I got too much stuff already. One of the reasons why I have so much stuff is because this is stuff that people were getting rid of. They didn't need it. I could use it. But when I was making more money, when I had a business, I would always give bonuses and I would give incentives. I found that when you have somebody working for you, one of the best things that you can do, there's two things that my workers used to like. One, when they ran into a problem, they could ask me for advice. I would actually go there and help out a little bit. But I wouldn't tell them exactly what to do unless they asked me, what should I do? A lot of times, people want to feel like they're figuring it out on their own. It makes them feel good when they solve a problem. So what I do when I see somebody struggling, I may say hi or whatever. Hey, how's it going? Oh, what's the problem? Well, I've got this issue, whatever. Well, did you try this? Did you try that? No, I didn't. Okay. And then you go about and do your thing. Then you come back later. How's it going? And you can kind of get a feel for it. The bad employees are the ones that they get mad. Oh, I'll get this. I don't need any help. Okay, fine. And I hate it. It's one of the things I hate to see. And you see this a lot. People that are too proud to accept help. If you see that they're struggling and you offer them help, it's like if somebody has, and I had a guy that had bad tires on his car, and I know exactly what it's like. Now, you got to realize I was one of the owners of the company, and I was driving a rusted out 69 Charger with bad tires. And I had an employee, he had, was a Toyota or whatever it was, and the one tire had the cord showing on it. So I thought, I'm going to get this guy some tires. So what I did, when the car was there, we had sent him off to a job. I went ahead and we took off the 2 tires. I went to the tire place and bought 2 brand new tires and put it on there. Never said anything. And he never said anything about it either until like a month later. Where'd those tires come from? I said, I put them on the car. Oh. I mean, when you're driving around with cords sticking out, it's only a matter of time before that tire goes out and it's in the front of the car. Obviously, the car was out of alignment. What can you do, right? But we did the best we could, put tires on there, adjusted the alignment. Never noticed it. It was just, we do something without really telling anyone. We just did it because it needed to be done. And we've had other times when someone was injured, they were struggling, trying to like work in the warehouse and struggling, and I'd give someone a hand. I see somebody that I think when he was working out, he messed up his back and he's struggling. And I'm like, okay, I'll help you out. They delivered an order of computer cases and power supplies, and I went ahead and put them on the shelves myself. And when he came back from lunch, I said, where's the delivery? I said, I put it in there for you. Here's the invoice. Oh, okay. That was just my way because I didn't like to see people struggle when they didn't have to. Now, when there was a real problem and people had to struggle, then yes, that is a good thing. Because if you just sit around and expect somebody else to do it for you, you're not going to solve the issue. So in many ways, that was one of those really, really important concepts. Okay, now let me check the comments again. I see we have 53 people watching, which is extremely awesome. And where did my comments go? They disappeared. Oh, here we go. There we are. Okay, now it disappeared again. Oh, there we are. Oh, okay. Post your coffee link, please. Whoever dies with the most toys most certainly loses. Yes, that is very true. And the thing is, there's nothing wrong with being rich. There's nothing wrong with having a lot of great things. And that's good because I think everyone should have great things. We throw away more than I think anybody could ever use. People are constantly building and tearing down and throwing things out and recycling. It's just constant churn. If we would be a little bit better about avoiding consumptive debt and avoiding trends. One of the worst things that people do is follow trends. 1 minute, they're selling you an overpriced coffee mug. The next minute, they're selling you ugly stuffed animals. And the next minute, they're selling you some type of weird-looking clothing. What's the point? These fads come and go, but it's just a way of controlling people. The idea is to get people to buy crap they don't need for prices too high, so that way somebody else can make a big profit. Instead of getting people to buy quality goods that they can actually use, and when they no longer want them, they can simply pass it down to somebody else. You can either sell it cheap or give it away. You don't need it anymore. Oh, I'd like to have that, and you take it. And then as it goes down through the cycle, eventually it ends up at the bottom, the people that have nothing. And then when it becomes broken, it goes into the scrap collector. And somebody like me has got it sitting in the back of their truck ready for the scrap yard. When we were driving up to Mitch's Meetup, we passed 2 landfills. And it really made me think, how much material do we constantly create and then bury it in a pile of dirt? It's really stupid. It's a really dumb way. It's just like the whole medical thing where you keep treating symptoms and you don't hit the cause. The cause of this environmental issue is the mindless consumption. Okay. There's a shortage plus greedy landlords fleecing everyone. There's no limit to how much landlords can increase rent. That's actually false because there is a limit. As long as the suckers line up to pay the rent, they can continue to increase it. When people don't pay the money anymore, there is a limit. And that limit is coming. And the thing is, most of these landlords, they've bought these properties with a lot of debt that they have to service. If they can't get the renters to pay for it, they'll lose every one of them. So hopefully those of you that rent will find ways to work around it. I finished a diamond painting today. Oh, I'm going to give it to my neighbors who are absolute darling. Well, there you go. See? Who knows? Maybe I will meet a nice American man and marry him. Maybe. That is possible. I am he. Okay, well, there you go. Look, see, you've already got somebody interested in you. We've been in rental class for some time now in Avella. They really want us to own nothing. It's hoarding at the top. What it is, and I do want to make a video of this, is the central banking system reaching its ultimate conclusion. The idea that banks can create money out of nothing is the problem. That needs to end. If it ends, the problem goes away. And speaking of problems, I have a problem. Just appeared. Come here, buddy. Look at this little vicious, dangerous animal with claws. Here you go. Look at that, Milton. Ow. Nah, no. Look at those teeth. Oh my goodness, look at those sharp teeth. No. Ow, Milton, there's the teeth. Ow. You're a bad Milton. Yes, you are. You're cute, though, but you're a bad Milton. Look at that fluffy little tail. He's a menace. This cat is a black menace. And to keep him under control, I have some glass cleaner. So I show him this container, and he gets away from me. And now I've got cat hair on my face. Okay, what have you been doing? One of the drawbacks when I have meat in the morning, a lot of times I'll get some of that lard or tallow, and it gets on my skin, and every little cat hair, every little bit of dust sticks to it. And that is a problem. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Okay. And Chuck says, I'm facing the same problem in June this year. After renting this house for 20 years, owner died, daughter inherited it, now gave us notice to move out. Housing market for this dump is over. Yes. And even those of us that so-called own our homes, which I do, we still pay rent. It's called property tax. Property tax is rent from the government. So I have to go out there and bust my rear to work to pay rent to the government. Does that even make any sense? I don't have to rent anything else I have, just this space that I'm in. So for the privilege of occupying this space, I have to spend $500 a month in rent to pay a stupid government. I'll be glad when I sell the place and it's somebody else's problem. The trick is to get that agricultural land. That way your rent is much less. And the best thing about agricultural land is not only is the rent cheaper, but it produces money. A house takes money. There is no money to be made. The only way you can make money out of a house is if you take advantage of other people and rent it to them, which, in my opinion, is not right. Okay, so let's see. $300,000. No way to afford that at 65 years old. That is very true. And speaking of celebrities, it's the man himself. Mitch, Old Guy Carnivore. Good morning, everybody, and Rick. So we have everybody, and then we have Rick. So that's really good. And we're going to talk a little bit more about Mitch and his most excellent get-together. See, Mitch's Meetup is one of the very few meetups. They don't charge admission. You pay for your meal, unless you're lucky and you have really good friends that offer to pay for yours, which happened to me. Thank you so much. Again, great community. But everyone is welcome. They had several tables lined up. I think there were 20 people that were there. It was impressive. We had an awesome time. I don't think you could ever get together with a better group of people than we have here. I know people love to follow these celebrities and music and movies and all that. There is absolutely no way that those people are better than the carnivore community. The carnivore community is the absolute best. There is no other group that I've ever been around that is better. Not only do they accept you for who you are, but they also enjoy sharing experiences, and we learn from each other. I've learned so much from everyone here, and that's why I keep coming back. I'm one of those people, I go where I'm welcomed. I don't go where I have to try to get attention. I go where people want me to go, and this is the group. Every time I see my friends in the carnivore community, I'm smiling. It puts me in a good mood because I feel like this is where I belong. And I agree 100%. This is where I belong. Okay, now let me see here. Where did my comments go? Oh, here they are. All right, so we have a hello to Mitch. And Mike says, good morning, Mitch. Thank you for a great meetup yesterday. And we have a hello from Brian. I had a fabulous time yesterday. And I want to thank all my friends, but it really wore me out Well, Mitch, I'm glad that you didn't get aggravated with us. And not only did we meet at the steakhouse, which, by the way, the food there is amazing. Absolutely amazing. I don't eat out much. I've been to 3 different Brazilian steakhouses. That's it. The one down the street from me, the Rodizio, which Russ and I went to in 2024. Really, really good. And then we went to the other one twice. The one that we went to for Hack Your Health, which was, and I can't even remember the name of it now, but it's the one up there in the Tampa area. And that was good. It was definitely good. And then this one, the Estampa Gotcha, which is in the Melbourne Mall. The mall itself, pretty typical mall, not a fancy place. But the restaurant, it's amazing. It's amazing that they have such a place. I don't know how long it will be there, but for any of you that have the money that are in the local area, you might want to check it out. You won't be disappointed. I guarantee it. And considering how much duck food restaurants cost, just to go there and be able to eat all the meat you want, they try to stick you with the cheap stuff, the chicken and pork, although my friend Peter told me to try the sausage, and it was very good. I have to admit, I'm not really a big fan of most sausage, but I had 2 of them little links. They were very tasty, and they had the rib, they had the filet mignon, the ribeye, the skirt steak. It was just really, really good. And I didn't even look at the salad bar. I mean, why would anybody waste their time at the salad bar? But the meat was delicious, and they kept bringing it. Now, I did not fill myself up. I didn't eat a lot. I ate a reasonable amount because I didn't want to be just feeling awful. You know, at home, I would be like a python. I'd eat so much that my stomach would stick out, and I'd sit here on the couch and fall asleep for a couple of hours. But since I was over there with my friends, I limited the amount that I ate. I think I ate about as much as my friend Mike did, and I forget the name, forget her name, sitting across. She ate a whole bunch. But anyway, it was a very nice experience. Let's see. Rick does not eat by her. He's already in the house. Pretty much. I guess that's why blue jeans were popular, because simplicity, but then blue jeans became different shapes and sizes. Yeah. Well, blue jeans were basically canvas clothing for work, especially for farmers. We have a Good Morning Bitch. Everything nowadays is designed and built with EOL, not repairable. That is correct. You have everything is software controlled. Now, I do have a lot of software controlled items, but it's typically open source software, Linux based, whatever. My printer, I have a couple of printers. They often try to lock it into cartridges, but the last printer I had that did that, guess what happened to it? Of course, I got it from the dump anyway, and I was trying to put generic cartridges in. It wouldn't work. I found out that it had a lock, so I took it outside. I picked it up and I threw it on the ground. It burst into pieces, and then I basically tore it apart, threw the metal in the truck, threw the rest in the garbage, and I said bye-bye to your locked software. Very interesting insulation in some walls this week, made of recycled denim. Blue jeans. You know what's a really good insulation that people don't talk about? Hemp-based insulation. You can use shredded hemp mixed with lime, with limestone, building lime, and it makes a good insulation that is fireproof. Fuel is set at a certain level when it could be established at a more abundantly set level. I guess they have that in Libya. Well, it's all about manipulating markets. And speaking of another popular YouTuber, we have Liz, who says, "Hey, everyone," and I say, "Hey," in return. And we still have about 53 people watching. I haven't scared everybody away yet. There we go. And it could be soundproofing too. And as you know, I'm a big fan of the old sugarcane fiber ceiling tiles, the Celotex Hush Tone, which was very popular in the 50s. They no longer make them. They stopped making them around the 1970s. But I'm going to experiment in the future using hemp fibers. And if you take building lime, which is basically what they used to use for brick mortar in the old days, and you mix it with hemp fibers, it makes sort of a primitive fiber board, which is very strong. It's a bit heavy, but I'm going to try to make ceiling tiles out of it because it's completely fireproof and it's insect proof and the rodents don't even like it. So drywall is one of the stupidest materials because it's basically calcium sulfate, which is gypsum, and it's covered with 2 layers of paper. And then when you paint over it, you just create the perfect breeding ground for mold and mildew. Terrible idea. All right, let's see. Definitely, we have a hello to Liz, and we have a question. Do you ever have any issues with satiety? Well, if you're asking me, no, I do not, because I never get hungry. I can't remember the last time I was hungry. My technique is very simple. Eat 3 times a day. Eat a reasonable amount of food 3 times a day, and you'll never get hungry. That's why I don't snack, because I know, for example, I ate breakfast at 7 o'clock, and I know that around 12 to 1, I'll be eating lunch, and then I'll eat dinner around 6 o'clock. So I space out my meals, and then after 7 o'clock, when I've finished eating, until the next day, I eat nothing. The only thing I do is drink water occasionally, and I really don't drink that much water either. And you could ask Peter. We rode in his car for a while, didn't have to stop for a bathroom break, never snack. So I had breakfast yesterday, and then we ate at the steakhouse starting at about 11:30, and I ate nothing else for the rest of the day. When I came home, I looked at the refrigerator, and I had some meats in there, and I didn't eat. I figured, that's fine. And the best thing is, since I didn't have to eat, I didn't have to worry about cleaning up dishes or pots or pans or anything, because I did that before I left the house. So I looked in the kitchen. There was nothing on the countertop. I go, all right, time to go to the bedroom and get ready to go to sleep. And he says, so how do you know when to eat when you're not hungry? It's very simple. Think about, like, if you had, let's say you were running a generator. Your power went off, and you're running your generator, and your tank only holds maybe a gallon or 2 of fuel, and you get about 3 hours of run time. Well, if you never fill your tank, your generator will run out, and you'll have no power. So you'll be running the generator, all of a sudden it goes, and it starts to sputter, and then eventually it just dies out. Well, your body's kind of like that too, at least when you've been carnivore as long as I have. So you eat one meal, and then if you don't eat, let's say that you were to skip lunch because you're working, and I've had this happen to me. I don't have access to food. Well, after 1 o'clock, when you would normally have eaten lunch, you can feel the energy start to kind of, it's not as good as it was. You don't feel as satisfied. You're starting to feel like, well, you look at the clock, the time is going slow. You're thinking, I don't really feel like working. You know, I'd like to do something else. And you keep doing this, and eventually it's going to be like, all right, I need to just eat something. So what happens to me when I don't eat, my energy level, my ability to think starts to slow down. I'll even notice it in the way that I'm talking to people. I may not be as focused and as able to keep things going. And I do multitask from time to time. If I haven't eaten enough, I don't have the strength that I normally do. That starts to go down. Now, I know in this community, there's a lot of people that preach about fasting. But you have to remember, it all depends on the person. If you're somebody like me, who's never been overweight, who eats regularly, has adapted to eating larger amounts of food, my body operates differently than the average person. I can go and eat large amounts of food and remain skinny. Whereas somebody who's been on the yo-yo diet, up, down, up, down, up, down, they may have gained a lot of weight, then lost a lot of weight. It's like a piece of metal. You keep bending it and bending it and bending it, eventually it breaks. If you keep stressing your body with up and down, up and down, up and down on the weight, it becomes less able to handle the food. You get mixed signals. Next thing you know, you're grazing all day, like a lot of the people that I know. And then they can never lose weight, no matter what they do. They'll starve themselves, they'll lose weight, but at the very moment that the food goes back in, the weight shoots right back up, and they gain more. Because now their body probably says, well, I didn't get food for this long period of time, maybe I should save more. It's like when you're poor like me and there's a sale on meat. You hoard it. You stuff your freezer with it. So that way, when it's not on sale, like at this point, you have it there. But then your body forgets where it is. Have you ever seen people that you open their freezer and you ask them what's in there, and they go, I don't know. They may have remembered what it was 6 months ago, but after a year, who knows what's in the back of the freezer? When you go to clean it out, you find everything in there, all these packages that are covered with ice. It could have been pork, it could have been beef, it could have been duck food. You don't know until you start putting water on it, then you can see that. Okay. I was away from my phone. Well, there you go. I skipped breakfast, then at lunch, had 500 grams of minced beef with tallow. My stomach felt some tightness for a few hours. Well, okay. I guess it depends on how much you are ready to eat. I ate 5 times a day at the beginning of Carnivore. I was ravenous. I ate a whole brisket in a day once. Somehow I lost weight. There you go. I ate a huge amount of cream and cheese. And see, some people, they just touch the cheese and they gain weight. So everybody's different. The secret is you have to try it and see what it does. Sometimes what should work doesn't work, and sometimes what shouldn't work does work. We have a question. Do you eat butter or put extra fat in your meals? When I have it, I do eat butter. I haven't had butter for a little bit because it hasn't been on sale, but when it's on sale and it's in my price range, I definitely eat butter. Put extra fat in your meals? Well, I don't really put extra fat in my meals because generally the fat is still on the meat whenever it's there. And if it's going to be deep fried or stewed, I add beef tallow or lard to it pretty much all the time. It's just the way that I am. It's okay to eat if you are hungry on Carnivore. Yes, it is. If you are hungry, I think if you're hungry, you're lacking something. But if you can just ditch the duck food, and if anybody doesn't know what duck food is anything that I say that has like seeds or other processed plant material, especially seeds. My diet is very much against seeds. I don't care if you eat fruits and vegetables, honestly. A lot of people out there thrive eating that stuff. But seeds, no seeds. The seeds are the most heavily defended part of the plant, and especially raw seeds are the worst. My dad used to eat raw flax seeds, and it gave him so many digestive problems. It was incredible. And the pumpkin seeds and all that. Seeds are not good food, period. Now, human beings have learned how to make seeds edible through grinding, fermentation, and all these things. For example, they used to make corn flour. They would grind it between rocks, which are limestone, and the calcium carbonate, along with that, plus fermentation, would make it more edible. Although this is a survival food, I don't see plant foods as the best foods for human beings. They are better than nothing, and if you can tolerate these foods, and again, you may have to cook, soak, ferment. There are many ways of turning plant food into edible food. Think about a cow. A cow eats grass, but it uses fermentation to make the grass something that it can use to grow and thrive. So it's really important to understand this. Okay, let's see. Yeah, you have a big job to do. Okay, now we have a good point. I'm surprised you don't do 1 or 2 meals instead. I guess you mean meals, not meats, instead of 3. Most carnivores get by with less than 3 meals. That is correct, but you have to realize I am different than all carnivores. I am probably the only carnivore that exists that did not start from a place of being unhealthy. I didn't have health issues, and I never have been overweight. I started the diet as a form of protest, and then, so I continued the 3 meal a day. I am a big eater. If I was to eat 1 big meal, my day would be ruined. I work physically most days. So let's say that I had to go and move material around, dig a hole or whatever, and I ate 1 large meal. When would I eat that meal? Breakfast? If I ate a large breakfast, I'd be so full and so sluggish, I'd have to wait 2 or 3 hours to be able to work. Then at lunchtime, if I ate the big meal, I'd have to be like people in Caribbean countries and take a siesta. I would not be able to work for 2 or 3 hours after eating. And if I had it for dinner, I'd be up all night sweating and just feeling loaded down. So I divided into 3 meals. I eat reasonable, sensible portions, and I can go the whole day with constant energy. I don't get tired. I don't feel full. This is the other thing. I don't feel full until I can't swallow food anymore, and then I've got a tightness. Sometimes it's hard to breathe unless I spit some of it up. But I've learned from experience what to eat and how much to eat. And if I do that, there's no problem. I'm one of those few people. Remember, they always used to have the ads for Pepto-Bismol and Tums. None of that stuff I've ever needed because I don't get to that point. And that's the reason why I go with 3 meals, because it seems to work for me. I do 2 meals a day, according to DS-111, when I wake up at 3 a.m. and the other before 4 p.m. Okay, whatever works, right? So I guess technically that'd be like a 12-hour fast. I've been doing so much packing today. I'm so tired. I accidentally put eye cream on all my face. Oh boy. I still got this itchiness from the cat here. Of course, that came from Miss Kitty when I was petting her. She does seem to give me like an itchiness around the nose. I don't think it's an allergy. I think it's just a little itchiness there. Okay, I'll talk to my pastor about getting some help. I pay a lot of money, which is called a bond loan, so I get my bond back. Oh, yeah, for the moving. I wish I could eat 3 meals. Well, Amy, you know you have quite an appetite. I've got so much to do, yes. Stayed with a relative and was eating in an unusual way to the point of being confronted about why I was eating so much eggs and meat. Well, CJ, people don't understand the carnivore diet. I was doing 3 meals a day, but I had to bring it down to 2 because I kept gaining weight. And if you're gaining weight, you do have to make adjustments, and 2 meals may be fine. It all depends on how much activity you do. If you're very active like me, you can eat a lot more because you're constantly expending energy and you are breaking down muscle and other things. Your body has to build it back. So someone like me has to eat more. Plus, being 6'6", obviously, you're going to need more food than someone who's 5'6" or 4'6". How people are so different. Yes, I'm fascinated with how we differ from birth. My sister could look at food and gain as a kid. I was super skinny and ate everything. It's kind of interesting, and I think a lot of it has to do not only with what you eat, but where you live. It might even have to do with the bacteria and microorganisms that are around. It could be a lot of things. I think that we're far more complex than people ever are willing to admit. 5 meals is a lot, yes. Started to gain weight on 3 meals a day, had to bring it down to 2. Well, there you go. And some people do 1 meal a day, and that's fine too. So much time between meals is pretty good. Okay, giving my digestive system, yeah. Seeds are plant babies, yes. That's why they are the most difficult to eat. If you think about it, any plant that had nutritious seeds went extinct. That's just the way it is. Do you have to help to move? All right. Oh, Amy. Hi, Rick and friends. Well, hello. Glad that you're here. It was a lot, but I was ravenous after a very restrictive diet. See, that's the other thing. A lot of people have been on those yo-yo diets, and it changes your metabolism. If you've been like me, eating lots of food your whole life and you're not gaining weight, why would you change it? How many meals now? I ate an overly done chewy double burger, which made me fast for about 20 hours. Oh, boy. Hi, Rick from Slovenia. Well, Bibeno 9364, I haven't seen you for a couple of weeks, but I'm glad that you are here. Thank you for dropping in. I'm not most carnivores either. 3 meals a day. Well, Juliet, see, and it works for you because you are not overweight. And I'm sure you're very active. This is the thing. Not everyone is going to do the so-called OMAD. I can't do that. I would feel terrible. But it's really important that you find out what works for you. That's the trick. And Annabella Redwood says, depends on the day. Sometimes OMAD, sometimes 2 times, sometimes 3, and sometimes nothing. Again, everyone's different. And we have a hello from Annabella to Juliet. And good morning, Rick, from Tammy Fatarsh, Miss Kitty, Mr. Milton, and the Quackers. Yes, we are here. There's 64 of us watching right now, which is really good. All right, we have a hi to Sweetheart. I never gained fat on carnivore. I've gained kilograms from muscle, but never gained fat. And that's the thing. You can gain as much weight as you want from muscle, and you're going to look pretty good. When you gain weight from fat, it depends on where the fat is. Some fat is attractive. A person who has no fat, well, a person with no fat is dead, but a person that has very low body fat tends to have more wrinkled skin, and they don't look as good. Everyone criticizes the bodybuilders when they're in their cutting phase and they're starving themselves and they're using diuretics, but they do that because that makes them look good for the people that they're in. But for most people, they don't like that. And of course, they don't look like that all the time. Most of the time, they look more normal. But again, if you're gaining weight from muscle, that's a good thing. And they do say that the more muscle you have, the longer you'll live. And I agree with that, because when you start to lose muscle, you become weak, and then you're more likely to have a health crash. And that's very important. Sometimes out in public, people do a take where they look at me. I'm thinking it's because I stand out, because I am not overweight. Well, they do a double take when they see me because they don't know what in the world that is. Is that a person or a palm tree? And proud of you. There we go. And Amy Juliet. Okay, we have some hellos here. Dr. Anthony Chafee talks about how you shouldn't restrict to lose weight. And Dr. Anthony Chafee is right. You should never restrict to lose weight. In fact, you shouldn't be worried about weight. It should be more of a mass thing. Fat mass versus muscle mass. And as Dr. Kiltz always says, being fat is not pathogenic. There are people who are fat who live a very long time. The question is not so much, are you fat? The question is, why are you fat? That would be the trick. And I think restricting food is a bad idea. If your body wants to eat, rather than restrict the food, I would say give it the good food. Don't give it the duck food, because you give it the duck food, it wants more good food. And it's going to keep eating duck food and more duck food and more duck food, looking for that good food. But if you find out what your body really likes to eat, whether that's animal-based or whether it's fruits and veggies. I know a lot of people that eat fruits and veggies on a regular basis, and they are perfectly healthy. There are famous people. You see them. I see them on YouTube. They don't eat a carnivore diet, and they seem just fine. They're healthy, they're happy, and if that's you, that's great. The carnivore diet is for the people that have tried everything else. It didn't work. And now you got to be drastic. And like I've told people, you don't have to be carnivore your whole life. You can go maybe carnivore for a few years, and then you go to something else. Now, that is a trap, because you'll see several prominent YouTubers who were on the carnivore diet. They left the carnivore diet. They ended up on the duck food diet, and they gained all the weight back. Now, just because that happened to you, does that mean that you should give up? Say, I'm not going to care anymore? Of course not. Who is doing the latest comeback story? It's Butter Bob. And Butter Bob was on last night with Todd Bachnes. Another comeback story. I think those two have connected because they share a lot of similar experiences. Butter Bob went off the carnivore keto diet, got fat, and now he's back. And he will be lean again. Absolutely. Because it's already happened. Now, every time that you do that to your body, it's like that piece of metal that you're bending back and forth. So it's going to be more difficult to get back to where you were, but you can still do it. That's the beauty of it. And eventually, it's like when you heat up that metal and you relieve the strain and let it cool slowly, it's the same thing. Once your body is used to eating a certain way and you're no longer gaining mass that is not beneficial, it will moderate itself and you'll be fine. So I like that. I like that way of thinking. Don't try to restrict the food. Let your body do the work for you. Asian woman downstairs said to me months ago, there's not a lot of people who look like you. Well, that's very true. When you're lean, it's like me. There's not a lot of people. Although when I was on the bus and eventually the train, I saw a guy, he's probably early 20s, who had the exact same shape that I do. And, pretty good looking, blonde haired, kind of lean. And he goes in there, and I look at that, and I look at everybody else in the train. I'm like, this guy's from somewhere else. He's not from Miami. And, of course, he got on the tri-rail, and I didn't see him after that. But Probably up in Palm Beach or whatever county. Because people in Miami tend to be a little on the chunky side because we have a lot of people from the Caribbean, Latin America, and they eat a lot of duck food. I'm sure it's the same thing in Asia. They love duck food, the rice, and it's just duck food. Sometimes they're extra hungry and other times not. That's just life. That's true. And Holly Springer, 4364, says good morning. And we're up to 66 people right now. Get your kicks on Route 66. Annabella, okay. I eat the same stuff all week. Bacon, cheese, eggs, ground beef, steak, butter, chicken once a week. And it works for you, doesn't it? Just bought lots of meat today. Beef, chicken, pork, organic, pork organs. Option on salt-cured, opinion on salt-cured and dried pork. I got to clean this display. Salt-cured and dried pork? If salt doesn't bother you, go for it. Some people are salt sensitive. Humans have been using salt to cure meats for thousands of years. And they're still here. If it doesn't bother you, go for it. Salt does not make everyone's blood pressure go up. It doesn't bother mine. So you just have to figure out if it works for you. Tammy, there we go. I've been eating a lot of lamb. Well, there must be a sale on lamb. Lamb's good. There was some lamb at the steakhouse yesterday, and it was actually pretty good. And Annabella says, I'm so much happier and healthier now because of Carnivore. See, it works for you. Kefir milk made the difference for me from Mannix Gaming. There you go. I eat yogurt on a regular basis. I find yogurt to be very beneficial. And Peter has returned. I guess he's at work, got a little bit of time. And good morning to Peter. I hope that business is good. I'm sure it will be. You're a really good salesman. If I had a chance to talk to Peter for a couple of hours, he's really good at conversationalist. I could see where he is a very effective salesman. Peter is kind of like me, you know, and Mitch said, at first you don't like him, but then you really do. So that's usually a good sign of someone that has a gift of gab, as they used to say. I got a double yolk or egg today. I love when that happens. I haven't seen one of those in a while, but I used to get them with the duck eggs every now and then. Eating lamb for me would be kind of like experimentation. I've only had it a few times in my life. Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh, come on. Where's my... Oh, there we go. Hi, dear. How are you? I understand this so much. I'm fasting all day until dinner when I get home from work at 6:30. I ate so much meat at the Meetup yesterday, I should be fine until then. Well, I had breakfast, and I'm going to have lunch. I did eat a significant amount, but I can only skip one meal after eating a very delicious, meaty meal. But it's very satisfying. I'm really happy about it. It was great. It really was. I feel best and usually eat 2 meals, light snack, 3 times daily. Okay. From Venetian Cat. I'm 5'2", 98 to 100 pounds, and maintained for over a year, 3 years carnivore. Well, it's working, see? It's working for you, and you probably feel great. And Peter says, I sat across the table from the 2 biggest meat eaters of the carnivore community, Rick and Mike Seeley Jr. Also, that tiny woman, yes, sitting next to me amazed me. I never saw a woman eat so much meat. There you go. I just can't remember her name. I somehow forgot. And Sandy says, Peter, thank you for your kindness towards Rick. And you brought him home. How nice. Yes. Yes, because Chuck gave me that rather heavy computer, and Mike Sr. gave me a couple things, and there was no way I was going to carry that thing on the bus. That box is huge. So, yes, Peter volunteered to drive me all the way to my home and then go back. And that was awesome. I wish I could have given him something, but he didn't seem to want anything for it. I appreciate the effort. And again, it's a nice thing when you're able to help somebody, and it makes everybody feel good, the person that's being helped and the person that did the helping. But don't worry, in the future, I hope to return the favor. I do plan on having a rather large meetup when I move to my new place. I'm going to invite everyone, and we're going to eat as much or more as we did at the Brazilian steakhouse. And I'll probably be the one, bringing the meat to the table, or what I'll do is set up a rotisserie kind of heating area. I'll cook up the meats and I'll put them in this thing. Remember, I have one of those. It's like a carousel, and you put your meat in there and it rotates around and has a heater in it. So we'll cook up the meats rare and put them in there and just let everybody pick what they want to eat. And that's it. And if you're one of those people, maybe you have a guest that's not carnivore, there'll also be, depending on the season, mangoes, avocados, oranges, lemons, whatever. You can walk right out in the yard and grab it, eat whatever you want. And if you want to be adventurous and catch a duck or iguana, you can do that too. It may not be easy to catch, though. Had beautiful bacon tonight. Awesome. I live off Route 66. Well, there you go. Yummy Annabella. There we are. It was a very long ride all the way from Melbourne to Miami, but we had a great time together. Rick is a super nice guy and a true friend. Well, thanks, Peter. See, I'm not a terrible person, despite what some of the trolls may say. I'm a good guy, and like I said, I enjoyed getting to know Peter because I can see more about his personality. I mean, I've seen him online for quite a while, so I had an idea, but he was taller than I expected, and he's really articulate. I think that Peter has a lot of unique talents, so we're glad to have him in the carnivore community. And just like me, he really likes meat. I mean, you watch him eat, he loves meat. We call him Pretzel Pete, but I can't imagine he would choose a pretzel over a steak. You see the way he looks when they bring the steak. Oh, yeah, he's really excited. So that's true carnivore right there. It's great when you get in the zone, darling. Okay, I feel like I'm in the zone with carnivore. Yeah, lamb is making me feel like I'm on fire in a good way. Well, Annabella, that's good. I know you've had all your health issues. I'm glad that you're getting a little relief from that, feeling better. Hi, Rick, Milton, and Miss Kitty, and all the Saturday Quack team. Well, thank you, BK Belgian Carnivore. Thank you so much for being here. We have 64 people watching still. That's amazing. Hi, Annabella. And hi, Peter. I'm at work. The sales meeting starts at 9:30. Well, that's very soon. Let's see. Okay, we have some more hellos. We are at the same height. Okay, so they're the same. I bet I can beat as much. Well, you probably could. But when I do make it, I'm going to show you how I take on the heart attack burger. It's a beast of a burger, as you know. I'm so glad you're feeling great on carnivore. I do too. Yes. Peter is a good man. Thanks for transporting Rick. Yes, he is. But I can't think of anyone in this carnivore community that is not a good person. Everybody I meet is just amazing. I don't know if it's this type of person, the good people gravitate toward the carnivore diet, or is it the carnivore diet that helps people to become more engaging and more generous? I really don't know what it is. But whatever it is, I wish the whole world was carnivore, because all these wars and all these conflicts and all these problems would be a lot less. You'd still have bad actors, but I think there'd be more good actors than bad ones. And I do think that people would probably just say, forget it. Do your thing. And then the crazy people are over there yelling to the street, and everybody's just walking by them like, come on, man, have a steak. Maybe they'll be, and they throw a steak at him. Boom! Hit him across the face with a steak. Here you go. Eat that. Stop talking crap. Eat the steak. Salty Parmesan has given me high blood pressure the last of some days, huh? But other cheese like salted cheddar or brie are fine for me. And again, try different things and see what happens. That's what I would do. I'm not a doctor. I can't tell you what to do. Good things come in small packages. Yes, they can. We help each other in this community. I love it. Yes, we do. I'm impressed. I really am. It's a good thing. I just wish that more and more people would experience this way of living, because it's life-changing. There's so many things that people just don't understand. Yes, it is awesome. God has been healing me too. Awesome. I get called fun size. I'm still chubby though. Well, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with being chubby if you're otherwise getting healthier. Though dairies, I have hypothyroidism, Hashimoto's. I believe it may cause inflammation for me. I hope not, but if it does, I have to avoid dairy. Yes. Again, dairy doesn't agree with some people. If it's causing you trouble, don't eat it. Listening to my favorite Saturday morning friend while getting ready to take my Mill from the nursing home to get a haircut and lunch. Well, thank you. Thank you, Amy. I'm glad you like my channel. I bet I can eat as much as Peter or Rick if you give me a week. I wouldn't doubt it. I need to get her out of the nursing home, and it's been a long winter there. That sounds like a good plan. It's the carnivore diet that makes people calm and happy. It must be. Meat makes you happy. It does make me happy. Instead of have a drink, have a steak. Yes, that's what I always say. Have a steak. What could be better? I went vegan years ago. I was never mean. I cried every day. It was horrible. That's still terrible. I don't really cry. I get upset. My parents used to say I have two emotions, happy and angry. That's about it. The days you eat less, you notice memory lacking some. For me, I mean, it's pretty rare that I eat less, but no, my memory's always the same. I get acne from Greek yogurt homemade if I don't ferment it longer, I guess. That's a good point. Maybe it's just the extra milk sugar. Okay, now, why? Oh, hold on. Okay, there we go. I didn't miss any comments, did I? No, I don't think I did. Good. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So, let's see. You get acne from geeky yogurt. Before carnivore, I cried a lot. Interesting, interesting. I feel great on dairy, but I have Hashimoto's, asymptomatic. I'll experiment at some point to see if it affects antibodies. That's true. Okay. I could never have imagined doing YouTube. Well, when I started the carnivore diet, I couldn't even imagine the internet the way it is. Although I was one of the first people that thought that remote communication would revolutionize the world. When I was in high school, they had actually talked about it. Now, there was a system called, I don't remember what it was called, but it worked through the phone line. It was, what was it called? Something Net, or it was through the phone company. Man, what was that called? It was sort of like America Online before that existed. And they had this terminal that looked like a keyboard, and it had a box, and you hook it to your TV, and then you could go online. They had like Bird Eins and Dadeland Bank and all that. What was that called? It was a Scepter terminal, and man, I can't remember what it was. I'll have to look that up. I could probably find it. See, with the internet, we can find anything. I will experiment to ferment it for 16 hours. You know, the interesting thing about our mind, we can't remember a name of something, but when somebody tells it to us, we can confirm it. I don't know what that effect is. Something. It's not ARPANET. Telnet is just a communication standard. It's not Genie. It's amazing how carnivore, yeah, it does. No more anxiety, depression. This is why when people like Carrie talk about depression, or Peter had a lot of mental issues. And look at him now. You would never know that all the problems he had before, because he's probably one of the easiest persons to talk to. We were in the car for more than a couple of hours, and we were having a good time. Great conversation. No drama. It was amazing. So Peter is living proof that the carnivore diet works, that I got to meet in person. And again, the more of these people that we get to meet, the better. It's like Dr. Kiltz always says, it's the stories that matter. And that's true. And meeting people in person is really important. Disposition of people in carnivore, I think many of us were at the end of our rope and got our lives back from it. Changes your perspective and demeanor drastically for the better. Liz has a point there. Peter's real confident. Hard to believe he has so much anxiety. Well, I think it's because of the carnivore diet. Peter is confident, and he knows what he does. I could see whatever job that he does, he has authority that goes with it. And that's why he's probably quite successful. That's really good. Oh, you would know if you met me, but I pretend well on the internet. Okay. Web TV. No, it wasn't Web TV. I'm going to look this up. You know what? Let's use a little bit of AI. It was a newspaper, which was at the time, which was called Knight Ridder, not Knight Rider, but Knight Ridder newspaper. Let me go here. I'm going to look this up. I think it was called a Scepter Terminal. Let me type this in. Actually, let's go to the AI crap. All right, let's go. Well, let me just type it in here. Here we go. The AT&T Scepter, introduced in October 1983. That's what I remember. Videotex, that's it. Videotex was the name of the service. Videotex terminal, used for early home banking and shopping. Services like Viewtron and Gateway. And Viewtron, I believe, was what they called the actual service. Yeah. It had an 8088 processor, similar to the IBM. It was $600 to $900, primarily for Knight Ridder's Viewtron in Florida. This is it. Knight Ridder's Viewtron in Florida. Now, a friend of ours who lived in Coral Gables worked for the Miami Herald, and that was part of their company. So they had one of these devices. It was called Scepter Terminal, and the service was called Viewtron, now that I remember. Now again, I was in high school when I saw this, so it was probably like 1984 or 85. I don't remember the exact year. And then it says that enthusiasts have developed Python-based open source servers to make these vintage boxes functional today, allowing them to render images via a modem connection. Well, there you go. See? Look at that. So we can remember this stuff. And again, this is artificial intelligence just bringing back some memories. And there it is. See, it was hooked up to the TV. I actually asked them years ago what happened to that terminal, and they had given it back to the Miami Herald. It probably got thrown away, but I do remember this. It was pretty basic, interesting stuff. And I'm sure that if you went on YouTube, for example, and by the way, this was the live that Butter Bob had with Todd Bachnes. Well, let's see here. Okay, I think it was called Viewtron. All right, Viewtron. No, that's not what I want. There it is. So yeah, you can look it up. See? And there's Viewtron. You can see they have the typical commercial. We'll skip that. And there it is. This is the kind of oddball graphics. See, there's the Miami Herald, Miami News. Pretty good. That building, of course, is gone. They were going to build some big casino there, but it never happened. So now there's a tent where the building used to be. You can see all that old hardware. That's the way it used to look. I remember that. Some old computer magnetic memory, whatever. And there it is. And they show that. And then it's from the View Data Corporation. See, and there's the terminal. That's what it looked like. Like a keyboard with those flat little chiclet keys. There's Miami. Look at how few buildings there were back then in the 80s. Miami was actually a pretty nice place compared to now. And then, you can watch all that if you wanted to. I'm not going to play it here. I'm just giving you an idea. You can see how basic this thing was. I think it might have been 300 baud or less. You can see the primitive graphics. You could go to Dadeland Bank, which my parents actually had an account at. And you could do that at home. You had an encyclopedia, consumer reports, all that stuff. You could basically, little travel agent, SAT review, sea battle, all this. It was kind of quaint, kind of cute, and some old technology. And there it is. So that's what I remember. I was a teenager. I thought, man, what a great concept. You can communicate remotely with computers. So I could see the day where people would be able to sit at home and do the office work that they would normally do at the office, avoid the commute, and then maybe when the connection was fast enough, they would be able to broadcast and receive video and audio. So what we're doing right now is something that I thought about because I looked at this. I go, yeah, it's out there. It is possible. It's only a matter of time before they come up with ways to communicate more effectively. And back then, when you had friends out of town, you still had to use long distance phone numbers where you had to pay by the minute. And I assumed that eventually we would have long distance phone calls without having to pay by the minute, which we also have. And the same rotary phone that I had back then, I can still use today. So this is just, it's fascinating that sometimes we remember stuff like this. There's a lot of other things I remember. I want to make some videos about some of the technology out there, because one of the things that I find very fascinating is that the technology progresses in certain ways. You may have a very rapid progression, and then you may slow it down. It all depends on the economic environment. But one of the most important things is to try to see what can work with you. Now, this is what's happening now with the so-called artificial intelligence systems. The neat thing about artificial intelligence is that it's not actually intelligence. There's no such thing as artificial intelligence. What they're using are basically learning models. Think about the LLMs, or the language learning models, where you go by keywords and by connections. There's just so many possibilities with this technology. Now, one of the things that we have is the whole data center thing, where you have these really large server buildings that are located, that process this information. But you can also run artificial intelligence, technically, from your local computer. There are ways of downloading LLMs and doing certain things locally. So what I believe is this. Many years ago, everything was based on centralized of everything. And this is what corporations want. The more centralized they can make something, the more money they can make off of it. When it becomes decentralized, that's when it becomes a problem. In the old days, if you wanted to use a computer, you could not own a computer. They were simply too large and too expensive. If you needed to use a computer, you had to rent the computer. So you would have to buy a certain amount of time on the computer, and you would have to run your programs and do what you have to do, and then pay for the time. There were remote connections. There were ways of dialing in to use a computer. You could do that. But once the personal computer became commonplace, it was possible for people to have software right there on their computer. You could have the programs installed on your local machine and use it whenever you want. One of the first things I remember seeing was word processing. People gave up their typewriters and their liquid paper correction fluid for word processing. They were using dot matrix printers, of which I have a few, and eventually they went to daisy wheel printers, and I have one of those too. There was even a device you could put on your electric typewriter, and the computer would type the letters for you, which meant no mistakes. But again, this is one of the reasons I have so much junk. I love to collect this stuff. That's why I want to have a bigger shop where I can display some of this stuff. People can come over and look at it. And that's kind of what I like. You go to some of the older people that were in tech back in the 80s, 70s, or whatever. They often have these things around their home, and they can display it. And you can see how advanced some of the technology was. But anyway, yeah, Web TV came later. That was a service which eventually failed, but I think I may even have a Web TV box somewhere. My oldest son, 30 days carnivore, 35 pounds down. Wow. Can't believe how good he feels emotionally and physically. Well, that's great. I'm glad that your son tried the carnivore lifestyle. I hope that he stays with it. And here's CB Carmack has dropped in. I guess it must be a slow day transporting the prisoners, but I'm glad that you're here. And let me see. I don't even know how many people we have now. Probably has gone down, but you never know. Let's see. Okay. I don't see it. Where am I? Oh, okay. Come on. There we go. And let's see. Let me view my channel. I have 64 watching. That's still pretty good. That's pretty amazing. I'm surprised. Why would anybody want to watch my channel? All right, so let's see. Oh, wow. When I was in Japan and shopping at grocery stores, I noticed many women looked undernourished. Often they would buy veggies largely displayed in the stores. Maybe they had Hashimoto's. Good question. Started Carnivore in 2018. I was eating more meat because it helped the anxiety I had. Well, that's good. I would be dead if I hadn't started Carnivore. Yeah, well, hopefully not, but it does happen. That's interesting, Rick. Never heard of that, but I was pretty young. Yeah, it was basically here in Miami. I think they did it in New York and Miami or something like that, and the only reason I saw it because a friend of ours worked at the Miami Herald. My dad at one time was a manager for a newspaper. It was called Diario Las Americas, which was a Spanish newspaper. So he was like the regional manager for that paper. And one of his friends was at the Miami Herald. I guess they were somehow related business-wise. So, and I remember going there as a kid into the Miami Herald building. It was pretty impressive. It was a nice building. It was built in the early 60s and had this huge lobby with the polished terrazzo floors and these large columns. It was a nice place. And of course, like everything else, they tore it down to build some piece of garbage, which they never built because they ran out of money. They were trying to pay off the government to build a casino, and now it's just a big tent. Where that building used to sit is basically a tent. It's crazy. Okay. 84, first-gen PC barely used in homes yet. Yeah, that's right. I got histamine reaction of dried anchovies here in my place. My nickname on the message boards in the 80s was Strawberry Shortcake. Okay. I was getting message boards at age 5. I didn't even know they had those bulletin boards in the, well, I guess it would have been late 80s. Yeah, late 80s they did have them. We used to have in-person pizza parties with all the locals on the message boards. We met a lot of really neat people. Most of that, the BBS, remember the bulletin board service? That was in the 1990s. I do remember that quite well. Early 90s is the first time I ever encountered it. But that was the thing. Back then, the internet was basically just starting. There was no internet. You would call into these bulletin boards, and then you'd meet people in person. That was, I do remember that. Okay, let's see. Oh, my goodness. We got a lot of comments here. How did I get behind? All right. That's so cute. One guy I met was a local radio host, and I later hired him to DJ my wedding. Well, there you go. Love you guys. Yeah, probably 300 baud. Predates Hayes 1200. I still got a couple of Hayes modems, by the way. I have a lot of crap. I never had the heart to throw it out. This was back when BBS systems were popular. That is right. IRC was a rage. Yeah, I didn't see IRC until maybe 96. We were able to connect from home to Notre Dame servers, remote, and submit our papers and assignments. Yeah, in the 90s. That's right. We had a network here. It was called the Cephlin Network, the Cephlin Internet. That allowed us to connect to the library, but it used the Lynx browser. So there was a trick where we could actually go to the internet in a text-based form. That was the first time I ever used the internet. I did that on my college, printed our assignments on green bar. I'm not familiar with that. We did not have it like that. And yeah, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Probably not. You probably had a phone you had to turn with a crank. I remember those models. And North Dakota Carnivore Lance, good morning, Rick and all, good morning. I know you have a live as well, so you might want to check out his live. I believe it is on later. I came up on COBOL. They made us take Fortran when I was in college. Pascal, Unix, Basic, later C++ and Visual Basic. Then I wanted to start dating. Well, there you go. That's probably more important than the software languages. I hate programming. I was still using dial-up modems when I worked in the accounting firm in the 2000s, dial into auto dealerships to extract their accounting data and transfer it. I would remote in and let it run all. And that's like the guy that I knew that was still doing payphones. They were still using a modem. Somebody, I'm trying to remember who it was that I was talking to, said that they did payphones. Oh yeah, one of my customers came over here and he told me he used to work for a company that maintained payphones. back in the 90s. So he saw my payphone. I asked him if it was a Protel, but I think those were Alcatel. But yeah, that's kind of interesting. I used to fix IBM Selectrics, in fact, some terminals. I have a few Selectrics. I've worked on them as well. When I was younger, I'd fix quite a few. When they went to the wheel writer, people started throwing them away. But I do have several old, broken down Selectrics stuffed in the attic. Never had the heart to throw them away. I had accounts at Citigroup, Goldman Sachs too. Used to install systems on the trading floor. Yes. Mainframes, Fried Biscuit. Company was called the Associates. They got acquired by Citigroup. I didn't get into server rooms until the mid-'80s. Wow. And I switched to architecture design, way more money. Yeah, that's very true. Mine was called SG Computer Consulting Services after Wile E. Coyote. Super genius. There you go. Wile E. Coyote. Super genius. And yet, he couldn't catch a simple Roadrunner. I bet Rick could have caught the Roadrunner. Throw some duck food and get a net. Every now and then, I have a beer, but the taste is off-putting. I guess I have a nostalgia for times when you can enjoy alcohol in a public place where others drink. Laugh and enjoy together. Well, we were laughing and enjoying. We were drinking water and enjoying meat together. I would think that'd be a better trend. Rather than drinking poison, why not get together and eat meat? BBS had message boards in the mid-'80s, Rick. Oh, I use them all the time. It wasn't just an academic. I didn't know that. I worked at the Miami Herald, 1980 to 1985, on the second floor advertising lobby. I once met Hemingway's brother Lester when he walked in. That's interesting. Biscuit, love that name. Yes. How much information one can store on a floppy disk? Green bar was dot matrix printing identified by the green stripes on the paper, and it's 11 by 14 size. I did not know that. Huh. Wow. We were still connected to the party line back then. Had to wait until Judy got off the phone to make a call. Yep. I guess in the rural area they didn't have a lot of phone lines. My friends used to call me Super G. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to do. Good night, darlings. It was so nice to be with you all. Rick, give Milton a hug, pat from me. I will. I'm sure Milton will give me a pat with his sharp claws as well. I remember C programming language. I do too. Hated it. Rick, with all your stuff, you could create an old tech museum when you move. Yes, I could. C, then C+, then C++. Collecting old local glass bottles. Yes. 2-digit or 3-digit phone number on them. That's right. At one time, they had a 4-digit phone number here. Never less than that. Ron's early demo. Why do I hear a noise outside? Let me see what's going on here. Oh, okay. Good. That's a neighbor getting their cars washed. I started before disk drives back on CNC machines and Black Watch tape drives. And we have a good night from Annabella. All right, so let's see. Now, the great thing about catching up on the comments is now I can go and talk away for a while, and then we'll catch up with the comments again. As you know, last week I cut this short because I wanted to go to the flea market. I didn't really get much. I got a couple of little things, but every time they have a market, there's just less and less. You don't find neat stuff. You're not going to find neat stuff like this anymore. You know, there's an expiration period for collecting stuff. Once the stuff becomes collectible, then it becomes valuable, and then it's harder to get, and it costs you a lot of money. So that's a good thing. If you can get it early, that's great. Some things never become collectible. I have a lot of stuff that nobody collects. Light fixtures and ceiling tiles. Nobody wants that stuff. Jalousie windows. The only thing that's good for is scrap metal. But I have it. I can use it. I was in college in 1980. I remember tape drives and punch cards for programs. Yes, I have a few of them too. I have a tape drive, and I actually have punch tape that works with the, what is that thing? The teletype. I have a couple of teletypes. If I ever have the time, I may get them working and use one with the other. Punch cards were used in CNC. That is correct. I have them bookmarked. Thanks for the reminder. Okay. We're officially old. Yes, we're all old here. If you know enough to like, I'm against it. You will love this. Time to get out and walk, Tammy. Y'all have a great weekend. Thanks, Rick. Well, thank you for being here. That's a great thing about this live. You are free to come and go as you wish. And that's a good thing. And we've had everyone from the famous celebrities like Mitch to the unknowns like me. And that's fantastic. Everyone's welcome here. TRS-80, yeah. And so did the Commodore 64, which I also have somewhere tucked away, along with this tape drive and my Aquarius computer. I think that's still in a box, although it's used. Again, it's all stuck in storage. It may be totally trashed by now. When it comes time to move, it's going to be fun going through it. I have to make videos. Moving is going to be a major process for me. All right, let's see. Okay. Oh, look at that. Okay. Prisoner of Zenda. All right. I agree with your thrift video, Rick. People think Goodwill does good things, but actually owned by a couple billionaires. That is correct. If you want to go to the good thrift stores, you have to look to the ones that are owned by individuals. When it comes to businesses, the ones owned by corporations, they're driven by stock prices, so they're always going to take advantage of people by nature. The ones that are individually owned, that are run by individuals or groups that are trying to help, those are the ones you want to do business with as much as possible. I watched some of Mitch's Meetup on the live yesterday. I only recognized Mitch, Dr. Nelson, Peter, and Rick. Looked like everyone was enjoying their meal and having a good time. Yes, everybody did. Amiga. I remember the Commodore Amiga. I will write it down, darling. Thank you. And loved it. Radio Shack sucks that they all closed down. Again, another example of corporate nonsense. When the founder of the company dies or the company is bought by corporations, they are short-sighted thinking. All these corporations are only looking to the next quarter. They will do stupid things so that way the CEO can get a bonus even when they get thrown out. That's why so many CEOs are recycled from one company to the other, destroying everyone as they go along. People will talk with Cary Grant. The Other Love with David Niven and Barbara Stanwyck. We have a couple thrift stores owned by churches. I find most of my treasures there. Yeah, we don't have that really anymore because the real estate is very expensive. However, there are a couple of churches that have a thrift store in them. There's one down south. The pastor's an old guy. He has a whole section of the church just for the stuff that people donate. And there's another one where there's a church. There used to be a bar next door. It's in a bad part of town. I guess the bar was so dangerous, they closed it. The building was pretty much worthless, so the thrift store is now where the bar used to be. The church bought the property, so they get additional parking, and then they made it into a thrift store, which is probably, I'm sure the neighbors are glad that liquor store, or that bar, or whatever that thing is gone, because people would go there to drink, and they'd walk out with whiskey or whatever else, and then be rowdy all over the neighborhood. Many years ago, my dad gave me a talking tire gauge from Radio Shack. Still have it. Wow. Don't think I've seen one of them. I have a Sears tire gauge. It displays the pressure, but is the moon in the 7th house already? Don't know. What kind of meats did they serve y'all, Rick? Well, I mentioned before, but you have your choice of the cheap stuff like the pork and chicken. They have some kind of chicken wrapped with bacon. They have pork sausage, pork wrapped with bacon, pork ribs, all that. But then they have lots of beef cuts, beef ribs. You can ask for them specifically. You have the ribeye steak. You have the skirt steak. You have the sirloin cap, which everybody calls picanha. You have, what else? There's some cheaper cuts, but not many. You have filet mignon. You have, what else? There's a couple others I don't remember, but those are the ones that I ate. They were very, very good. Okay, before Radio Shack, we had Heathkit and Olson's. There used to be an Olson's here in Miami. Of course, it's gone. But yes, Heathkit, I built a few of those myself. But Radio Shack's been around a while. If you want to know who bought Radio Shack, Google to YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, in the name of Ty Lopez. Oh, the guy with the the Lamborghini. He's always got the Lamborghini in the garage. That's the ultimate scammer. I'm surprised he hasn't been arrested. Maybe he doesn't do anything illegal. The Bishop's Wife, my favorite, Cary Grant. And again, yeah. But Ty Lopez bought that, I think, after it had already been destroyed. And some places, they still use a Radio Shack name. I've seen, there's one over there at Midway Mall that they call Radio Shack. It's not the same as it used to be, though. The guy that had the leather place, I forget his name. His company was called Tandy Leather. They used to own the Radio Shack. And then they got bought by somebody else. It's like everything else. It's like all these fast food places. Yeah, I have a couple of those electronics kits. I still have. I've picked up from who knows where. The one that I had when I was a kid, it disintegrated years ago. It was like cardboard with wooden frame, and then it had these spring terminals where you stick the wire in. Well, I had too many overloads, explosions, small fires, and the heat and humidity destroyed it, so it ended up, I think, getting thrown away. There may be some pieces of it, like everything else, stuck in the garage. I got the Radio Shack the electronic kits. They were pretty good. The Talk of the Town with Ronald Coleman and Cary Grant. It's really beautiful. There you go. Pretty amazing. Other huge brick and mortar stores have made them e-commerce. Yes. That's it. Ty Lopez, the Lamborghini scammer. When I did SC Period Clothing. And Amy says, got to run. Have a great day. We're glad you were here. It's been a couple of hours, so always appreciated. It's British about a mermaid. It's really beautiful. Huh, okay. Let's see. All right, now, let's see how many people we still have here. We have 64. Let me refresh this, see if we've lost any. Okay, we're down to 55. So arrive alive, drive 55 is what we're at right now. As you can see, we still have, we have 56. Okay. It goes up and down. It's kind of interesting. Wait a minute. Is that 55 or 56? Let me check. Nope. It's 55. Okay. So let's see here. We have some comments. Okay. Quit buying ribeye steak. Yeah, that's true. Excellent. All right. Now, let me go back here to the comments. Okay. And what is this? Okay. Why is it not working? Well, it helps if you push the right button, then it works just fine. There we go. All right. So. Okay. Up. We have a big crash. What is going on here? I think Milton is being a little weird. Hold on a second. Let me see what Milton's doing.
Strawberry poop gas. I was cooking in the backyard, feeling like a pro. Tossed in some grass clipping magic, let that compost glow. Dog poop, cat poop, nature stew. Bubble, bubble, what's that do? Smells so wrong but feels so right. Pink smoke rising in the moonlight. Neighbors yelling, what's that blast? Too late, it's cooking fast. Old strawberry poop gas, blasting from the grass. Bubble and sizzle, it's science class. One big burp and the backyard blue. Now we're living next to Mount Doo-Doo. Built a grill from garbage cans, hooked it up with rubber bands. Dog bark one. brown and bright. It rumbled, it tumbled, it splattered the fence. A poop volcano makes.
Okay, that was interesting. Milton found the lizard in my bedroom. I don't know how the lizard got in there. So he was trying to get it. He ended up knocking over a bin of hardware. So I have nuts and bolts and screws all over my floor. So it's slip and slide time. I had to rescue the lizard and put it back outside. Miss Kitty, though, likes to kill lizards and bring them to the door. So hopefully Mr. Lizard will be able to survive. But I don't know how it got in the bedroom, but somehow it did. And I guess Milton thought that it was a new cat toy. All right. Anyway, we've gotten that situation under control. And let's see what else we've got going on here. All right. I must sleep now. Love you. All right. I used to buy scraps in the front of the store and figure out what to make. Yes, I miss them too. Is that from Radio Shack? I have enjoyed them all. I like the style of them. Not interested in new movies. There, good night. Love you more. There you go. I like the old movies myself. I learned from other leather craftsmen, how to make clothing and light armor. Well, there you go. I've made shoes with leather. In fact, one of these days, I need to make a new set. The best shoes I ever made were made from leather scraps. And they lasted for a very long time. You'll have lots of movies to watch. Sitting down with my coffee and catching up. And we have the hellos from North Dakota Carnivore Lance. And there we go. I think we have... Oh, did we? No, we didn't? Okay, yes, we did. We have caught up with the comments again. All right, now, let's talk a little bit more about Mitch's Meetup. So how did it go? Well, I started my day yesterday at 6 o'clock. That's when I walked out the door. And, of course, it was very dark. And what I did, I went to the bus bench down there on the corner, and around 10 minutes after 6, 6:15, somewhere around there, the bus shows up, got on the bus, went down to the Metro Rail, which is at University of Miami. Got on the Metro Rail, and then I went ahead. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Tandy Leather. Okay, that's right. The ones that own Radio Shack. Went ahead and let's see. What is this? I was told in Coach's chat that Dr. Muscle passed of a heart attack age 57. Who's that? Dr. Muscle. Huh. Okay. Anyway, let me talk a little bit about the meetup. So I went ahead and I went to the Metro Rail station. Then I got on the Metro Rail, and the Metro Rail lets you off at the Tri-Rail station. Now, here in South Florida, we have these, they call the Easy Card. And they have a machine where you put money in the machine, it puts the value on the card, and you can use this card. You just hold it over, it's an RFID chip. You hold it over the reader, and then it reads how much money you have, and it lets you go on. So I got to Tri-Rail station, put it on the reader, and then it tells you, okay, you're good to go. You get on the Tri-Rail. Somewhere in the middle of the trip, they check your card, make sure, you're not riding for free. And then when I got to the Boca Raton station, I clicked out so that it would close it. I still have to look it up and make sure it charged the right amount. So I was waiting there. Peter, Papa Carnivore, said he was going to pick me up, but then I called him and he said, well, he's at the station. He had gone to the Brightline station. Brightline is the higher end train. It goes on a slightly different route. There's other tracks that are further east, and so I guess he got it mixed up, but he didn't realize that there was a Tri-Rail. Tri-Rail is the commuter rail. It's for us poor people. So picked me up from there, and we went up on 995 all the way up to Melbourne. We had to go through several rainstorms, a lot of rain, and went through some of the city areas and then the rural areas. And I was looking around, I see there was cow pasture out there. So it's nice to know there's still some cow pasture in Southeast Florida, but you have to go way beyond Palm Beach County to see it. And again, we had great conversation, and we're looking forward. We got to the mall before Mitch did. Now, Mitch, he had a ride with Barry Simon, so he didn't have to drive his car. And they arrived about 10, 15 minutes after we got there. And that's when the fun started. Very, very nice. And it was a very good experience. We're talking to Mitch. Mitch looked great. Mitch seemed to be happy. He was walking without a walker. And although he does hold a cane, it never touches the ground. He just holds it. So Mitch is doing really well. I mean, obviously you can see that he's had a stroke because he's not moving at a, crazy rate like somebody like me, but you would never know. You would never know how serious it was. I am just so impressed. He's got a great attitude and he keeps going. You can't help but smile when you get to see Mitch in person. And Peter and I were both happy because we knew that delicious food was coming. We had an awesome time, I have to admit. If you haven't been able to go to one of the meetups, now, I know a lot of the meetups, they charge admission. Mitch is the only one that doesn't. You pay for your meal, unless you're lucky enough to have someone else pay for it for you. But you pay for your meal, you get together, it's unconditional. You can stay as long as you want because it's not a formal meetup. But the formal meetups are great for the people that they have sort of a local following and they want to do something that's already structured for them, and that's great too. But if you can attend a meetup, it is definitely worth your time. You're going to see that our carnivore community is even better in person than we are online. Very, very, very nice. And I'm really happy, again, that I was invited specifically by Mitch and, of course, the other one by Robert Kiltz. Anyone that invites me to their meetup is definitely worth attending. And hopefully one day I'll be able to have my own meetup and invite everyone, and I'm going to do the best I can to provide whatever I can for you, and we're going to have fun. We're always going to have fun until I have a heart attack and drop dead. And in that case, well, But I need to look up this Dr. Muscle, who that is. Ah, Lou is here. Hey, if you don't remember him, a couple of weeks ago, he was on when I had the the StreamYard open. We had an awesome chat. He's like me. He's resourceful, a great carnivore. He's like, 65 or... He's in his 60s, and he looks like he's 45. I think he's like 60-something, and he looks 45. This is one of the really great, I'd say, up-and-coming carnivore personalities. That's okay, let them. Now, who in the world is Dr. Muscle? Let me check over here. I'm going to go to the other scene, and we're going to look up who is Dr. Muscle. So let's pop in here. How many people do I have? 55 still? Let me refresh this. They don't give me a real-time count, so I have to refresh. Oh, we got more now. Huh. I got 58, so I got 3 more. And every person that joins on this live stream is important to me. Every one of you, whether you comment or not. The fact that you're spending your valuable time, and by the way, time is the one thing that all of us have, whether we're rich or poor. You can't buy any more of it. So if you're spending your valuable time with me, you are one of the very, very elites in the carnivore community. All right, let me go ahead and see what is up. Why am I not getting... Here we go. All right, let me go and do a Google search. Whoops. Boom. All right. I don't know if there is Dr. Muscle. Is this who it is? Dr. Muscles. Huh. Profile isn't available. Okay. All right, let me try something else. Whoever that is looks pretty good. Let's see. Heart attack? There we go. Okay. I don't see anything. Must be some new information. Oh well. Anyway, anybody has any additional information on this, feel free to share it in the live stream. I'm curious. Because when it comes to heart attacks, I always thought I was the king of heart attacks. I'm the one that's going to get the heart attack. So when I drop dead, the vegans are going to be celebrating. They'll have a block party. Rick, the 40, 50, whatever year carnivore, has dropped dead of a heart attack. And I'm going to be laughing because I'll be somewhere else. All right. Okay, let's see. The Hamilton Woman with Vivian Leigh. I just remembered. Okay, got to sleep. We're talking about old movies. Yesterday made 4 days of eating in March. I will eat today and tomorrow and do another 5-day fast. Well, there you go. Interesting. I guess some people do like the fasting thing. I can't do it, but some people do. We're crafting buddies. Oh, okay. Morning to Juliet. And let's see. Milton, yes. Milton is a mischievous little monster. I used to go to events and costume balls. I'll go for the bowling balls myself. If I could get the bowling lanes in that I have, that would be even more fun. I didn't miss anyone. Love this community. All the quackers, Rick. Attracts the best. Yes, Juliet. I agree. And the trolls, they don't stay around for long. They get frustrated. They get ignored. They walk away. Bye, everybody. Have a great weekend. And take care, Robbie. Hello again from Aaron. Well, hello. I hope your coffee and activities have kept you going. And let's see. Sup, Biscuit. Have a good one. All right. Come on. Okay. Mitch did look great. He was doing MC duty at one point. I was so happy. Yes, if you've met him in person, he looks good. It's very encouraging that someone who's approaching 80 not only is articulate, but also is lean. And I noticed this with several of the carnivores. You know, you got Mike Seeley and his dad. When you look at how lean his dad is, it's like, wow, you don't see that many people that age that don't have a big stomach sticking out. So he's definitely lean. And everybody looks happy. So many older people are always in a bad mood. But Mitch was having a great time. And I think, and we know that Mitch likes to rant, but we all do. I do too. I've done several rants on my own. But the fact that you're happy most of the time, and you can be happy while you're criticizing, you're telling the truth. There's nothing wrong with telling the truth. But I really do think that, you see, most of us, we're in the sort of 40s, 50s category. I think the majority of my viewers are in that range, between 40s and 60s. We seem to be the ones that are attracted to this lifestyle. And there's not too many of us. There's a few that are in their teenage years that started. There was the one guy, he called himself Carnivore Caleb or Caleb's Carnivore Quest. He was 15 when he started. I haven't seen him lately. So it kind of makes me wonder if people try the carnivore diet and then switch over. But that's okay. No big deal. All right. And Aaron was going to get a creepy van like mine. I was about to buy a Ford E350 95 van that used to be owned by the YMCA with only 35,000 miles on it. Then the guy messaged me and told me the fuel rail broken. Glad he was honest. Well, that's true. That's true. Unless you're a mechanic, you don't want to take on theirs. Okay, Doc Muscles, Dr. Nally. Let me look that up. Let me see who that is. Okay. When I kick the bucket, it won't even make the news probably. You'll never know. My channels will just disappear. It's like, what happened to Rick? I don't know. He's gone. All right, let me go back here. All right, and we will do this. Oh, what the heck happened? Come on. That's some kind of weird thing going on here. All right, why is this not coming up? Okay, here we go. All right, let me see. Okay, there we are. Let's see if this is heart attack time. When it comes to heart attacks, though, Rick's heart attack diet, that's the one you want. All right, so we got this one right here. Okay. Yeah. All right. Dr. Adonelli. Doc Muscles. Okay. Huh. I was down the same road my father traveled before he died at 58 years old. Wow. Okay. Huh. Well, he looks pretty good. Let's see. Bacon Boy. Sidekick. Okay. So, where's the news about the heart attack? Okay. I guess that's a before and after, huh? Wow. Not bad, not bad. All right, so let's see if there's any news about a heart attack. Let's see. Oh, somebody must have made a joke. Doesn't exist. Okay. Where did they... Okay. Maybe it's a vegan joke. Huh. Interesting. That was deleted. Might be a joke. Okay. All right. I don't know. It's hard to find good information on the internet, it seems. I mean, the guy looks pretty healthy. Hopefully this is just some kind of a sick joke. Okay. Oh, come on. All right. Well, keep that on your radar, because I really don't know if this is a real thing or if it's some kind of vegan joke. All right, let me see how many people I still have watching my channel, if there are any. Of course, when you talk about heart attacks, you got to make a video. 42-year carnivore has a heart attack, and then show me eating a big fat heart attack burger. We have 54 watching. Okay, excellent. All right, now let me go back to my other scene, which should be here. All right. Now, I need to get some of the goodies like Mitch has. Mitch has that Stream Deck selector. I had built one at one time out of a macro pad, but it broke. The roof leaked on it and burned it up. I'll have to do another one. Right now I have to do clicking on the display. But you can use shortcuts. I really do need to make another macro pad. If you don't know what that is, it's basically a programmable keyboard. You have buttons, and you can program them to various functions. The last one I built was kind of nice because I used an old console out of a TV station, and it had the push buttons like my phone has, the clear ones with a light in it, and when you push it down, if it's queuing up, it'll flash, and then it stays on or it goes off. Kind of nice. So if you set it up for automatic switching, the one will start to flash before it switches. I broke it, the roof leaked on it and ruined it. What else can you do? So let me go over here to the comments. There we go. All right. Every time I shut up, your views go up. Oh, well, it might be a coincidence. Doc, okay. Hello, Rick and everyone from Linda Flanagan. Hello, Linda. Saying hi, Rick. Off to work to make An Irish buffet for 100 people. Bunch of malarkey. Well, there you go, Kitchen Witch. Probably duck food and maybe a little good food. I don't know who he is either. Yeah, I don't. Is that an expensive fix? Probably. I know I can't drive at home. It may or may not be expensive. It might just be some O-rings. You never know. Okay, let's see. All right. That's all of us when we go. Yeah, missing in action. Your channel becomes inactive, we will know what happened. Rick's channel is already barely active. Yes, I agree with that. Rick will get an eventual a quack. A heart attack. Oh, be waddling around and breathing hard. Could be a scam. We will find out soon enough, I imagine. If it's a fake, yes, that's just sick. But he will get more followers. Yes, that is very true. So, vegans out there, especially you, the one that likes to criticize me, why don't you make a fake obituary that I have gotten a heart attack and died, and just make sure that you add details like was chasing duck, slipped on duck poop, fell, had a heart attack and died, or fell into the canal and drowned. Be creative when you make your fake obituary. Okay. Dr. Muscle may have done so much damage to his heart in the years prior to eating more appropriately for humans that the heavy stress of too much exercises may have been too much too fast. That is possible. That is possible, Lou. But again, all they got to do is look at you and see what the carnivore diet, what benefits it can do. Again, if you don't know who he is, look at my live a couple weeks ago. This is a really amazing carnivore. And he's like me. He builds stuff. He gets the sort of distorted lumber from the home center and builds stuff with that, or picks up whatever, just like I do. It's that same kind of mentality. And he does not look his age. Even, he's got to look 15 years younger than his actual age. Pretty amazing. Luckily, most of the vegans coming for Rick aren't strong enough to even pick up a pitchfork. Yeah, that's true. Get him to a cardiologist now, joke. I just found something about him having a few mini strokes. He was under stress and believed to be a heart attack. I saw a comment from a patient. Okay, but is he alive or dead? That's the question. And Barry Simon has a smiling face. Yes. Okay, let me... Oh, I missed some comments. His sister posted his passing on Facebook, unless it's a hacker. Oh, by the way, I made your heart attack chicken the special entree of the week. Let's see how the reaction is. I bet people are going to love it. That heart attack chicken is so crunchy. I got chicken right now. I'm having heart attack chicken for lunch. Now you're making me hungry. I wasn't thinking about food, but I have lard and I have chicken. Oh, I did not eat any chicken at the steakhouse because I wanted to load up on beef. But now I'm thinking about heart attack chicken, and it's so good. Oh, that's enough to have a massive heart attack. I caught some of the live. You look great. Well, thank you, Lizzie. And Mitch did set up his phone on a tripod so you could get an idea. It looked pretty good. It was amazing. I feel guilty that not everybody could have been there, but it's really nice. Not expensive, and the van is in good shape. It should be. See if you have that style van, it's the same as mine. Make sure it's not rusty. And I think it would probably have the same shape as mine. I'm looking for a junk van to cut up. But, the fuel rail is basically O-rings. You have to take that off and change O-rings. It's probably $30 in parts. But how good of a mechanic are you or your husband? I love the original YouTube feel of your channel. Similar to Rick's. No fluff or heavy edits, crazy music. Yeah, that's Erin's channel. Because Erin is doing YouTube for fun. She's not doing it to make money, because there is no money on YouTube unless you're well connected. I can't go a day without chicken. I love it. And that heart attack chicken is definitely addictive. But, Juliet has me thinking about the Dr. Muscles having a heart attack. He doesn't look like that old of a guy. Dr. Adam Nally. Huh. Okay. It's D.O. All right. Okay. Let's see. So, heart attack, well, hopefully not. CME Center, education made easy. Okay. Hopefully he did not have a heart attack. But, you know what? If you're going to go, and you're going to have a heart attack, and you look good, you're healthy, you feel great, and you drop dead of a heart attack, is that really a bad thing? What would you rather be? Would you rather be active and drop dead of a heart attack, or in a nursing home? Who wants to be in a nursing home? Is there anybody here that wants to be in a nursing home? I don't know. All right, North Dakota, Lance, there was a bet in Mitch's live chat on who would eat the most meat yesterday. Most bet on Rick. Did those of us who bet on you win? I'm sad to say I don't know. I should have set up a scale, but we didn't set up a scale. But again, I didn't eat to my max. I basically ate what was satisfying for me. I probably put away maybe somewhere between, I'd say close to 4 pounds. Not exactly 4 pounds because I would have felt stuffed. I would say the upper 3 to 4 pound range. I know I ate at least 3.5 pounds of meat. So it's hard to say. But all I know, I was very satisfied. It was really good. I was in a really good mood. But a lot of it is because I was around such great people. I got to hang out with the best of the best, and I'm really happy. That was a privilege right there. I didn't deserve such a good privilege, but I got it. That was great. I can't get or make tallow, my smalls, and bacon grease. Yeah, you can use any animal fat you want. Lance, my vote was Rick. Well, there you go. Rick died chasing a duck, was attacked by a wild rooster, slipped on an iguana tail, then had a heart attack, landed in a canal, and was eaten by a croc. There you go. That's it. Be creative. And then maybe I'll get more views on my channel. Then I'll have to take a 1-month break from YouTube, and I'll come back and my view count would have doubled. I'd be like Butter Bob that left with 14,000 and came back with 100 and something thousand. Maybe. Who knows? Okay, so. Oh, excuse me. I've gotten with the comments. Like I said, I'm still on a lag from this time change during the week. But I'll get it. It takes me 2 to 3 weeks to adjust to this thing, but I will. But I feel good anyway. Well, anyway, let's talk more about Mitch's meetup. Now, again, if you did not see the meetup, Mitch was generous enough to post it. So we'll go over here and let's go over to Mr. Mitch. Let's see. YouTube. I'm sure everyone in my subscriber base know who Mitch is. Members only announcement and live chat. Okay, that's not it. There's some finance videos, which I'm not going to watch. Let's see. Okay. Oh, well. Let's go over here. Oh, we have Angela being interviewed by Amy. Tomorrow. Nice. Don't forget, Amy has a live. Now, there will be no competing Butter Bob live tomorrow because Butter Bob's live was yesterday. So everybody can watch Amy. You don't have to watch Butter Bob. And that's good. All right, let's see here. What in the world? I see Carrie posted a video about Texas Roadhouse. Rick don't do Texas Roadhouse. He does Florida Roadkill. Much more affordable and quite flavorful. So we'll go over here to our subscriber base and we will go to, look who's at the top of it. Of course, the OGC himself. All you have to do is go over here and you can click on it and you can see for 41 minutes Mitch actually let you experience some of the enjoyment that we had, which in my opinion was very nice. So if you couldn't be there, you could be there virtually. I don't think too many of the meetups do that. Dr. Kiltz also did that with his meetup. We want everyone to be included in one way or the other, even if you were at home doing something else or at home eating. I think one day we should do a virtual meetup on YouTube, Zoom, or whatever. Look at those people. I don't know. I got my doubts about them. Let's get some sound on here. Where'd my sound go? Ah, here it is.
hard to show you everything, but look at this table full of people. Wow. Here, look who's here. Holy mackerel. Everybody's here at the Brazilian Steakhouse.
Mike Kelly Senior. Who are you? You're a Florida girl?
I am.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
So at any rate, my friends, we're going to leave this kind of open here over my shoulder. And we're all just started eating, so you could chat amongst yourselves. Enjoy yourself. We're going to leave this run for a little while. We got 13 people here already. It's about the best we can do. And hopefully you can hear something. Say hi to some of the people in a little while. But don't let it run. If it's too boring, I promised I would do it. So I did it. Let me make a landscape, which might help.
Mike, that was Florida.
Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah, it's better landscape. Okay, got everybody in there. I don't know, but what is that? No, I wasn't taking it for light. Everybody, we are live on YouTube. Everybody wave at the camera. Pay attention down there. They give us a long table. But so far.
Okay, now you see, look at all the great people that were there. And again, if you don't know who they are, well, you might want to watch the video. You can see how much food we were eating, how enjoyable it was. A very great experience. And again, I thank you so much to Mitch and obviously the Seeleys for organizing this and even covering it. It's like, wow, absolutely amazing. Thank you, my friends. And I am very happy to have the pleasure, and I do mean the pleasure, of not only knowing you, but considering all of you my friends. Because again, only the highest quality people can tolerate somebody like me. The average person who's superficial and basically driven by duck food would never consider Rick to be a good friend. But you do. And that is very, very commendable. All right. Now, Bryce Biscuit says Rick is the new most dangerous man alive. Well, there you go. Or the most interesting, or the least interesting, or the craziest. I would totally love a virtual meetup. Health issues make it challenging for me to travel. You know what? I would like to do that. We did our heart attack burger challenge. The problem is, I don't know how we could get a larger amount. There are physical limitations on the internet. I mean, some people do Zoom meetings, but somebody would have to have a Zoom account to be able to do that. Maybe somebody in our group has one of the higher end Zoom accounts where they could go ahead like we do in the Dr. Kiltz group and have a large amount, maybe 30, 40, 50, 100 people, whatever, and we'll have our own sort of, whatever. Okay, now, let's see. We have our troll has returned, and we're going to go ahead and do that. So let's do this. Be hard-pressed to find. All right, so agreed. I must be super high quality. Yours is my favorite channel. Well, yes, it is. And now we have our friend, John Studd. How was your free steak dinner? Well, it was very good. How is your dinner? Do you eat steak or do you eat duck food? That's a good question. So now we get to engage in one of our viewers, which we don't really know who you are. We don't know whether you're male, female, or silicon. And we really don't know whether you're carnivore, vegan, duckatarian, or whatever else. But again, you are welcome here as long as you don't attack any of my other friends, and then that will be the time when you are eliminated. But that's fine. But anyway, the reason that I had a free steak dinner is because my friends offered it to me. I never asked for it, and I will never ask anybody for free stuff. They motivated themselves to do that. In fact, when I started Live at 8 with Rick back at the end of 2024, I never asked for anything. And it was the summer, when we had the whole Carrie versus Rick thing going on, I had my subscribers contact me and said, Rick, I want to send you meat. And the very first one is a person that we may already know. He went by the name Meathead. Remember him? He was actually the first one to offer and did send me meat and bacon and all that stuff. And then I had other people that started doing it. It was a motivation. And a lot of times people just like to do things for other people. And that's really good. I'm here. My goal was to meet people. And I have been meeting that goal finally, after 18 years, finally happened. I'm sad for John's only friends based on the time he spends here. Well, you know what? He's welcome here. You are absolutely welcome here. And I will not time you out unless you start attacking my friends. You can attack me all you want. I encourage that. That's it. And troll alert. Yes. Yes. Okay. Look. Okay. This is a very good point that receiving gratefully is important as giving. That's true. Some people are too proud to accept. They say, I'm not going to accept charity. Like, when you refuse a gift for someone, that is very disrespectful. When I give something to someone and they accept it generously, it makes me feel good. I see a need. I give somebody something that they need. Whether it's putting new tires on their car, whether it's putting gas in their car. I've done that many times. When I have extra, I'm glad to give it away. Fruits and vegetables. I don't have any money, but I have plenty of fruits and vegetables in season. I give them away. If somebody would say, well, why are you giving me bananas? I have money. I can go to the store and buy them. I don't need your bananas. Well, that makes me feel bad. Then why did I offer it to you? And if you do that, I'm not going to offer you anything for a while. It's just the way it is. In order for this to go well, the giver and the receiver, they have to be on the same page. And anyone that reads the Bible knows what it says about giving and receiving. So that's very important. And I think in many ways, it's sort of a way of dealing with people that we've forgotten about. Okay, so good job. There we go. John goes to Carnivore channels and acts a fool. Yeah, I've seen him attack Rick, Larry, and Cassie. Oh, he's on Larry and Cassie's channel as well? That's just wonderful. I mean, come on. With all the struggles that Larry and Cassie have had to go through, you know, and this is a problem. When people do that, you can do it on my channel all you want. I'm going to continue to be the carnivore. But you have other people that are dealing with food addiction. That's highly disrespectful. I would never, ever think of doing that. It's just not, I just can't, I don't understand what's the point. Even if you don't like somebody, why would you go and, when they're trying to make an effort, I know people that I don't like, and then they become successful. They may make some money. They may get healthier. Am I going to say, well, I'm mad because you've gotten healthier or you're making more money than me? I'm not going to get mad at that. I say, good. The way I feel, the people that are just not that nice or not that good, when they start to become successful, this is like a test. There's a saying, God tests you with and without. If you were struggling and you were a bad person, and then now you have all these blessings that you're getting, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to continue to be a selfish, bad person, or are you going to become a nicer person? And I've seen people who were really, really messed up improve when they become successful. I've seen other people that get worse. But it's a nice way to judge someone's character. And I think it's like that whole story of Job. You know, you have all that money and you're doing well. You lose the money. Do you attack? No. You realize that you have your ups and downs. And this is a good thing. Rick doesn't profit from YouTube. I've never made a penny from YouTube. That's our way of paying back for all you do for it. Yeah. And it's your choice. I believe in choice. You know you're famous when you get your own troll. Well, maybe I am famous. Meathead commented on Mitch's video this week and he replied to my mail again, so that's great. Yes, and he's the real deal. Used to see him a lot on Carnivore Talk. I think he took a break from YouTube. YouTube is a toxic environment, and I think a lot of times it tends to bring out things in people. He may be here right now for all I know, which is great. Everyone is welcome here. That's important. John is here because he's interested in carnivore. He just doesn't know how to communicate properly. Well, I'm glad that you're here. He doesn't know the joy of giving. Well, there you go. See? But that's okay. You are welcome here. And Lou has a good point. Trolls are an important part of any community. Who else will hold the bridges up? I know why people are free to give, because you, Rick, do not force us to buy stuff from you. And I never will. I'm not going to force anyone to buy anything from me. If I do start selling products, it's only going to be because either I manufacture the products myself or I use them myself and I believe they're a good deal. Other than that, I would never post that overpriced crap that people try to sell you, green powders and overpriced soaps and all this other nonsense. There's a fair price. If you sell a product at a fair price, people will buy it and they'll be happy. If you give away something you have a surplus of, they will be happy and you will be happy. So it's finding that balance. There's always a balance. There's a time when you have just the right amount and a time when you have too much. This is a good point. Going after Larry and Cassie is a clear cry for help. Now, I know a lot of people have criticized Larry and Cassie many times. I've heard some pretty bad things about them. But the reality is, I don't see them that way. Yes, they've marketed products. Yes, they've done different things. But I see them as people who are trying their best, trying to get healthier. I mean, you could see Larry. He's been on and off of this for years. And he still struggles with the food addiction. He still struggles with the weight. It's not just a physical thing. There's a mental component to it as well. Having good relationships with good people really helps with that mental component. But having people say bad things and get doubt in your head. And I've known people like this. They're making progress and somebody puts them down. And they go, oh, why am I even doing this? Why don't I just do it? And they give up just like that. Now, I'm sure the person that went there and trashed them probably feels good about themselves. Well, look at me. I'm so much better than this person. I did this, and now they're waddling around and, the duck pond. I don't like that. I don't like being around people that are suffering. This is the one thing. This is why I'm always helping people out. I don't like seeing people suffer and be taken advantage of. That is why I started one of my YouTube channels. I hate scammers. I hate scams. And it just bothers me to the point where I just try to think, why would somebody do that? In all the times you've seen me on YouTube interviews, videos and all that, when was the last time I criticized somebody? Even the vegans that tell people lies and they try to make them feel guilty, and the religious slim flammers and all that. I may criticize what they do, but I never attack the person. You've never seen me name a person and say, well, you're a this or that, or no. Because ad hominem attacks, in my opinion, are a sign of weakness. When you have to attack a person personally, it's different. Now, if I have evidence that a person is doing something wrong, I will post that evidence. Well, here is the evidence of what this person did. And the same thing if somebody does something right. That's good. So I don't know. But anyway, yes, going after Larry and Cassie is a cry for help. I agree. I just hope that Larry and Cassie let it go by them and they don't fall into the duck pond and waddle around eating the duck food. And Juliet says, even the Rick t-shirts we buy, Willis's Great Creations, proceeds go to the charity. Yes, I don't get any money out of it. I've never gotten a penny of it. I like Meathead. I do too. We get to talk on the phone once in a while, and it's good. I enjoy it. I like the interaction. And I'll meet him in person one day. Hopefully, when I have the get-togethers at my place. I want to have at least one carnivore get-together for every year that I haven't had a heart attack. And that would be great. If you can't offer encouragement yeah, that is correct. I agree with that. It is hard to live in this world and not take part in all the toxic food habits. The psychological part is important to focus on, not just the food we eat. Yes, because the psychological part can lead to the toxic food. The chat must go on, and it does. People that get off on others' misery are not like us. They are sick, either narcissists or psychopaths. Well, I agree with that. Well said, Liz, and very true. Yes. So it's really important that we understand that there's a lot of different people out there, and not everyone is looking for your good. This is why you have to be skeptical. Be like me. I am very skeptical. I trust no one until they have proven otherwise. Even in the carnivore community, I realize there could be scammers. But I'm a pretty good judge of character, and after meeting someone and having a brief conversation, I get a good feeling or I get a not so good feeling. And I know. And there's no one in the carnivore community that I have met at this point that I have gotten a bad feeling about. So that's really good. I'm really happy about that, and that's very beneficial. On the subject of destructive trolls, a lot of people like to throw a bunch of rocks from their glass homes. That is correct. This is why they like to keep in the shadows. They never come on to an interview. I have never seen anybody go with any of the carnivore people that criticize them and have an interview. I always tell everybody, if you want to criticize somebody, why don't you start with a target like Barkay? Barkay is loved and hated by people even in the carnivore community. I know people that can't stand him. I know other people that think that he's the best of the best. I like his channel, but I disagree with one thing that he does, and that's the ad hominem attacks, where he calls people pustulous excrement and all this other stuff. Sometimes he uses less detailed but more direct words to describe. I remember there was the whole Greg douchebag battle between him and Barkay, which I don't even know if Greg Douchey is still out there. Very annoying man, little man with a very annoying voice. And Barkay, he has had a couple of vegans try to debate him, and he was tearing them apart. The only bad thing is it depends on him. What I've noticed is that when somebody actually mans up and does a debate, he doesn't use the ad hominem attack. He uses directed, probing statements to put them on the spot. But when he does the video review, then he uses the less than ideal language. But again, there's a lot of truth on his channel. The only other thing I also criticize, he does sell his overpriced algae supplements. But again, I know people in the carnivore community that have used them and swear by them. You have semi-retired Bob. You have DC. You have several people that use these supplements, and it seems to help them. So I can't criticize that. And Bart himself saved his eyesight. He's had a lot of benefits from it. But again, there's nothing wrong with selling stuff if you believe in it and you're using it. Although the marketing seems almost like an MLM, who knows, the product may be good. And again, I offer my criticism based on facts. This is not an emotional thing. I don't have enough facts to judge one way or the other. But for somebody that wants to debate someone that can really, let's just say, put them in their place, there's no better choice than Barkay. But then again, any of the carnivores, I can't imagine that any of the prominent carnivores, I mean, think about Dr. Kiltz. I can't imagine Dr. Kiltz chickening out from any debate. Any vegan or vegetarian that wanted to debate a carnivore doctor, they should contact Alia. She puts out many emails asking for people to be interviewed. And I would recommend being interviewed by Dr. Kiltz, because Dr. Kiltz is the master of questioning. You know how Jesus used to question people when they said things? Kind of the same thing. He likes to question people and let them think. And he doesn't get mad. I don't think I've ever seen Dr. Kiltz blow up. He keeps his temper under control, and he never attacks people personally. I would love to see him interview some vegans. He makes friends with everybody, even when they had the whole Zane Griggs controversy going on. They're still friends. Not a problem. But anyway, that's kind of my view on the whole troll thing. Now, let's see how the comments are going. My comments seem to have frozen. Okay. So I guess we are out of comments. So, oh, there we go. Of course, you are cynical. That is because you understand the truth beneath the propaganda. You know things like Jekyll Island is not just another... Yes, I guess you've been watching my videos. You know how I feel about central bankers. Oh, there's another one. Face IQ debates everyone. I've seen his videos on his channel, and it's quite interesting. Now, I don't typically agree with the whole looks maxing community. They do some weird things like hit themselves in the head and try to avoid the sun, and there's a lot of things that they do that I don't really see, but the idea of trying to improve your looks when you're younger is going to lead to better health, I agree with. And I do believe that if we could get the younger generation to ditch the duck food, ditch the vapes and the cannabis and all the other things that they're doing now, I'm not saying those things are not valuable. There are people out there who suffer chronic pain, who benefit greatly from cannabis. What I want to see people do is use the plant medicines when necessary. Don't take plant medicines and use them as sort of an artificial high. Save them for when you need them. People who suffer chronic pain benefit from plant medicine. When you get a parasite or infection, you may have to take a plant-based medicine. There's nothing wrong with using plants when you need them. Plants are not your enemy. Many of them will try to kill you, but if you know how to use them, it's like a weapon. Think about it. You may carry a weapon. You could use that weapon to end yourself, but you could also use it to defend yourself and extend your life. And our enemies come in very small forms. They can be as small as a microscopic entity, which can destroy us. So sometimes using the plants is necessary. So you don't have to be the enemy of plants. Be like me. You know how they say, keep your friends close and your enemies closer? I'm surrounded with plants. I know my enemy. And now my enemy's my friend. I can't imagine living without plants around me. And if I'm really hungry and I can't get meat, I know exactly which plants I can eat and survive. So, yes, carnivore diet is a great way to break free from the system. But once you've broken free from the system, you don't need to say no to every single plant. Plants are there for a reason, and for many people, they are beneficial. And if you're one of the very few vegans or vegetarians that watch my videos, I side with you. If you can thrive and be healthy eating vegetarian or vegan, do it. Because our lives end eventually. And not everyone can be a carnivore. But it's a good idea to make meat the foundation of your diet if you can. And if you're a vegetarian, I've known a lot of vegetarians that live to this day. I know a woman who's vegetarian, has been vegetarian her entire life. She's turning 50. She looks absolutely amazing, gets plenty of exercise. She's healthier than her husband, which is omnivore. He's nowhere near as healthy. She is absolutely happy. But she does eat eggs and fish. So that's vegetarian, not vegan. And that's it. Okay, so let's see what we got here. And speaking of other YouTubers, this is Tim. If you don't know Tim, he makes videos. He does a lot of bike riding, like I do. He lives in a cooler climate over there. You might want to check out his channel. He's not a carnivore, but he does eat a lot of meat. He eats yogurt, and he does eat the fruits and vegetables. And he, obviously, he's not like us carnivores, but he's healthy and he's thriving. And that's good. And if it ever comes a point in time where he's not thriving, I am sure that he will adjust his diet and as necessary, because that's the kind of person that we want to see. We want to see people out there that are active and that are living their life, and they're not relying on just what the doctor tells them. And he looks pretty good for someone his age, so check out his channel. It's interesting. I know some of us are familiar with Tim. And Lizzie World says she uses cannabis, and that's perfectly fine. For some people, cannabis is a lifesaver. And Tim says he loves cannabis and kratom and mushrooms. I guess you're talking about psilocybin or maybe some of the other amanitas. I know several people that have used mushrooms. And it works. I knew someone who had a terrible drug addiction, and he used mushrooms, believe it or not, to break the addiction. Mushrooms, can you imagine that? Interesting. But again, can't be closed-minded. Got to use your mind. Use the tools you have, even if some of the tools may be a sledgehammer and some of them may be a scalpel. Use the tools you have for what you need. And we have a hello, okay. Hello to Lizzie World, there we go. Dogma is the enemy of truth, yes. And even if you personally have benefited from the carnivore diet, telling everybody that it is the only proper human diet is just wrong. Can't do that. You have to be ready to adjust. And again, if you suffer an infection, chronic pain, or those things, and the carnivore diet alone doesn't do it for you, then you look to the world of plants. The world of plants has remedies, and it has things that you can use. So all of you that are plant-based, I don't get too much hate from the vegans because I support gardening, I support sharing seeds, sharing food, I support learning about various ways to prepare plants, because in a survival situation, if you got a choice between dying because you have no meat to eat and eating plant material, go for the plants, because it'll buy you time. Now, if you're a person that's addicted to certain foods, you don't want to eat the foods you're addicted to. But if you're in a starvation situation, you have no chance. Okay, now, Venetian cat, here's something good. Recently had acute bronchitis, over-the-counter stuff. Gualfacin landed me in the ER with dyspnea, air hunger. Using plant medicines, how to heal. They are life-saving. Yeah, exactly. Plant medicines. But the trick is you have to use them skillfully. It's like a torch. You can use a torch to cut through metal. You can use a torch for brazing and welding, or you can burn your house down with it. It's all in how you use it. This is the most important thing. Whether it's carnivore diet or whether it's plants, you got to know how to use it. And this is why having a community is so good. Because if you go to the medical system, they're going to tell you what the government has told them to tell you. They tell you something else, they can get sued, they can get their license taken away and put out of business. But if you ask another person, a person who has no official qualifications, oh, I see that you got better. What did you do? I did this. And you do it. You can't sue them. First of all, you can't prove what they told you. And second of all, First Amendment, you can tell people whatever truth you have. If a certain plant helped you heal and the other person died from it, you're not responsible. I never told you to eat this plant. I told you what I did. I did this and it worked for me. Just like I tell everybody, I was on the carnivore diet. This is what happened. You can do it if you want, but you don't have to. I'm not your doctor. Yes, 48 likes in the chat. I'm sure one of them is yours. That's excellent. Dogma is the enemy of truth. Right. Okay, now, let's see here. Thanks, Mr. Mopar. Yes, check out his channel. Appreciate you, brother. I know you've probably been busy working. That's why I haven't seen you lately, but I'm glad that you've returned. I like mushrooms for anxiety, but it's hard to get the right one. Well, if you're like my friend, there are ways of getting it. And I know let's just say the source of the mushrooms, he was able to get through the mail on a letter and was able to raise the proper mushrooms. So it's out there. Mushrooms, ketamine, and other substances have been studied in the mental health space to achieve benefit. And by the way, our body produces cannabinoids. So a healthy person has a good level of cannabinoids. But what about when you have unhealthy conditions? Well, you go to the plants to get some. It's the same thing with all those other things. That's all I'm saying. Peace out, fam. Going to check in with others. Thank you, Rick. Have a duck-fueled day. Well, I'm not having any duck. I'm going to have heart attack chicken. But thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate that. Yes, all true. That is right. You can use a torch to light your path. That is very, 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 very true. And animals are food, plants are medicine. Yes. And historically, plants were food if you sucked at honey. That is right. This is why I learned to identify edible mushrooms and plants for survival purposes, not a primary diet. And again, this is why I do the same thing. I've experimented. I've eaten different plant products, even when I was on the carnivore diet, to see what works for me. And I've developed enough. There are enough natural weeds, berries, and other stuff that's out there. I think I could survive in the wilderness between animals and plants here in South Florida. I know what's edible and I know what's not. And I know how to make certain things that are not edible by soaking, cooking, and fermenting. So it's not that difficult to do. And I do believe the other thing too, let's say that you're only on the carnivore diet, but let's say you're surrounded with other people. Let's say that the food supply goes down. Now, you got a big problem. You want people to be around you for survival purposes, but you don't have enough food to feed them. So unless they turn cannibal, they're not going to be eating meat. Wouldn't you like to have a source of plant-based foods that you can give your friends that's relatively healthy, that'll keep them satisfied? And that's another reason for them to keep you alive. Because when you work together, everyone is an asset. When you fight each other, everyone becomes a target. Okay, let's see here. Hey, Rick, how are you doing? How is it all going? It's actually pretty good. I had a great day yesterday, and it's going to be another great today. Tim says, yummy heart attack chicken. It's a really good chicken. If you've made it, if you haven't made it, try it. It's absolutely delicious. Nice to hear some of your broad wisdom again. I don't know why I've got a cat hair here. Let me see. There was something I was going to show you. Oh, excuse me. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's see where that chat went. Here it is. What time did you get home last night, Rick? Have you eaten since the meetup yesterday? I got home around 9, sometime around 9, and then shortly after that, Butter Bob was on with Todd Bachnes, and I dropped in that when I turned on the computer. So it had to be a little bit after 9. There was a bit of traffic, but we did get back pretty good. Have you eaten since the meetup? Yes, I had eggs and some pork for breakfast, so I did eat since the meetup. And I'm having heart attack chicken for lunch in about an hour or two. All right, so let's see. That's not too bad. Let's double check here. Okay. For example, the bulbs roots of crane fly orchid is commonly called wild potato. It is covered in the woods behind my house. Well, there you go. I don't know if we have that here in Florida. But we do have what's called Smilax bonanox, which originally was the origin of a drink called sarsaparilla. That's a root that's edible. There are also wild fungi known as truffles. I have them in my yard. I don't know how they got here, but I was digging in the yard. I found them. They are considered quite valuable. They grow on the roots of oak trees. There's also toxic plants such as the Florida coontie, which used to be used as a starch, but there's a lot of washing and it's not, no one's going to risk that. But the palm trees, the cabbage palms, the center of that is edible. And of course, we have a lot of introduced fruits and vegetables, the mangoes and the avocados. I can't eat avocados because I'm allergic to them. They make me very ill. Mangoes are full of sugar, but I can eat mangoes. They don't bother me. I'm not allergic to poison ivy or poisonwood either. So they're your use shial or whatever I'm not allergic to. I am not allergic to any nightshade that I know of. I can eat peppers and tomatoes and all that. I just don't like them. I don't like raw tomatoes, but I can eat fermented tomato sauce without an issue. Potatoes do not agree with me. Potatoes give me diarrhea. However, I can eat plantains without a problem. So it really comes down to which plants can you eat and which ones can you not eat. And there's a lot that I can't eat. Cabbage I can eat, doesn't bother me, but I generally ferment it. And there's also what they call an air potato, which is toxic, Discoria bulbifera. But I have been able to prepare those, and they are edible even to me. It doesn't bother me. You just have to know what you can eat. Okay, so let's see what else we have. There's another reason for those who refuse receiving. Shame. I and others were told we don't deserve anything and made to feel like a burden. Well, this is something that we need to combat because it doesn't make sense. Why do I hear a noise? Oh well, must be one of the neighbors over there cleaning their car. I kept hearing a door open. We don't deserve anything and made to feel like a burden to all caregivers and God. A tsunami of shame is torture. Well, the thing is, if people offer to help, not receiving it is a lack of respect. When a person offers you something, you need to acknowledge it at the very least. And if you do not accept it, you need to state a reason why you would not accept it. That would be like saying, oh, here, Rick, have some free avocados. I would love to have them, but I'm allergic to them. I'll take them if you want to give them to me, and I'll give them to somebody else. That does happen. I have people bring me avocados when I used to work. Here, you want some avocados? Well, I can't eat avocados because I'm allergic. But if you want to give them to me, I have friends that will eat them. Okay, I'll give it to me. And even if that's the case, it's accomplished two things. One, they're not going to give you more avocados because they know you're allergic. And two, they feel great because they're still able to give it away. A lot of times they have this box of whatever that's been in their car. They don't want to drag that back home. They give it away. And they know that I'm going to give it to somebody else because that's what happens. You go in my kitchen sometimes, there's like 30 avocados on the countertop. A friend of mine says, why do you have avocados? I said, I got some from my tree and I got some from a friend. Take what you want. Avocados don't ripen on the tree. If anyone doesn't know about avocados, by the time they ripen and fall to the ground, they just mush. So if you want to eat avocados, you have to twist them off the tree and then put them aside to ripen. And you can wait a week. Avocados can be shipped. They're very good for shipping. And my friend Tom, who has the Sleepy Avocado YouTube channel, Sleepy Lizard Avocado Farm YouTube channel, he sells avocados all around the world. And if you want to learn about avocados, check out his channel. Tom, Sleepy Lizard Avocado Farm. It's down south. Great guy. Like him. Okay. Here we go. Elves dropped off the truffles. There you go. Kudzu root is super starchy. Yeah, kudzu is edible, and it's all over the South. And again, if you're in a starvation situation, if you could prepare food for your friends and neighbors, they're going to be your best friend because they realize if I get rid of this guy, I'm not going to have this source of food. So if you know how to garden, and this will keep people busy. When people are starving and desperate, they'll tear out their lawns. They'll start a garden. Tell them, look, it may take 3 months before you have anything edible, but still, you're going to have to start now. And you give them survival foods, they're not going to be 100% happy, but they're going to have enough in their stomach and enough to think about that they're not going to attack you. You can bunker yourself down and try to defend yourself from the world, but you're going to lose. I don't care if you're the wealthiest person in the world. When there's a lot of people out there, you're not going to stop them with a bunker. But if you live in a group of people and they see you as sort of the center of certain knowledge, they're going to keep you alive. You're not going to be the first one to go. That's important. Oh, you're allergic to avocado, like me. I guess we have that in common. I can't eat avocados. But I bet you can eat mangoes without a problem. Bananas. Again, there's a lot of sugar in mangoes and bananas. It doesn't agree with me, but I can eat it. It doesn't make me sick. So that's the thing. And Barry Simon, have a great weekend. Thank you. It was great meeting you in person and hanging out. Even when Mitch and his friends were puffing on cigars, we were a little bit away from that. We were hanging out. There's 3 of us that don't smoke cigars. Everybody else was indulging in cigars. And Mitch was generous as always, giving out cigars to his friends. I think Mike Seeley Sr. smoked 2 of them. They were really puffing on the cigars. There was a lot of cigar action there. Cattail plant shoots, rootstocks, and pollen is edible. Yes, it is. Another great survival food. Jason 916. Hi, Rick. Hello. Glad that you're here. Avocados make my mouth itch if I try to eat them plain, but don't bother me if it's turned into guacamole. Yeah, it's called persin. The chemical is called persin, and it's when you mix it with tomatoes, tomatoes have tomatine. They like cancel each other out. The persin has oxalates. I forget, but there is a combination. And there are ways of combining different foods to reduce the toxicity. That's another option. Also with tomatoes, I generally ferment tomatoes to preserve them. So fermented tomatoes are going to break down a lot of that. Certain tree interlayer called cambium is super starch. You can make it into biscuits. Yeah, pine tree cambium. That's correct. And there's actually grasses such as elephant grass and, of course, sugarcane that produce sugars. They also produce starches that can be used to make things like bread. Preparation, cooking, and dosage of plants is imperative, I believe, to consuming most plants safely. Yes, fruit is generally ready to eat from the plant, but when it comes to vegetative parts, cooking and fermentation is very good. Oh, tuned in with Joe. Awesome. I hope, are you together today? Hopefully sharing some time out. And if you don't know Jonathan, he has a nice new relationship. Got a great woman over there that he can hang out with, and that's great. Everybody, most people should have some type of one-on-one personal relationship. I think that really goes a long way. There's a few of us out there that are the lone wolf, but we have our relationships with friends, not on a physical level. Goats can eat kudzu greens. Yes, goats can eat a lot of things and turn it into delicious goat milk and goat meat. As the feral grandma says, I can eat goats. That is correct. And goats are great because they're small ruminants. They take a lot less time to raise than cattle. They breed quite well. They're quite hardy. They can eat almost anything. And again, even though ruminants are important, you could also have things like pigs. Pork, pigs, they can eat almost anything. They produce multiple young. They grow very rapidly. So we need to really learn more about agriculture. Tomatoes, allergies for me too. Okay, well then you're allergic to the tomatine, which is in there, that's interesting. See, you have to know what you can eat and what you can't eat. It's very important because if you don't understand your limitations, you'll torture yourself for no reason. We are all somewhat different, even though some people say, well, we're all the same. There's a proper human diet. There is no one proper human diet. The diet varies based on location, heritage, and then what is that term they call when you, epigenetics, how you were raised. There's just so many things that are involved. All living things adapt to their surroundings. Plants, animals, we all do it. So doesn't it make sense that human beings would adapt to their surroundings as well? That's a really important concept that I think a lot of people just don't think about. And that's kind of a shame because you don't have to suffer if you do a little bit of proactive thinking, and you can reduce the suffering at its source. I'm really happy that so many people have jumped into this community and shared their story, because I do believe that many times, it's... Yes, and don't forget, I'm going to be on later with Thomas, my friend, at 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It's always good to be with my friends online. Oh, that's a good question. Awesome. But anyway, let's see how many people we have here. I think we're doing quite well, honestly. Where is everybody? Oh, hold on. I'll get you. Okay, There we go. All right. I'll get through here and there. Wow. Okay. Let me refresh to see how many people we have watching. It's not refreshing. Why is it not refreshing? Okay, here we go. 52 watching. You know, it is, I have to admit, I know I talk about celebrity channels and all that, but I don't know anybody that gets that many people watching for this long. I seem to be getting more and more loyal viewers. I don't think I dipped below 40-something this time. That's really, really good. Oh, that's an interesting comment. Man has to know his limitations. Magnum Force. Same with food. It's really, it's a skill. And I do tell people, everybody needs to learn about gardening. Even if you live in an apartment, even if you're just growing something out of a container. The idea that a seed, a little concentrated thing like that, contains a life force that can turn into a plant or even a large tree. It can take sunlight, which is the main source of reduced entropy that allows us to exist. Because really, when you think about it, every living thing is basically a system. Now think about just an insect. Think about a cockroach. All right? We always get cockroaches. You find dead roaches all over the place. If you take a roach when it's alive, it's running around, it's eating, it's doing its thing, pooping, whatever, and then you spray it and you kill it, well, it stops moving. But does it stay exactly the same from the day that it stopped moving to a week, a month, a year, 10 years? Of course not. Little by little, it begins to break down, and it goes right back to the dirt from which it came. With more advanced animals, such as our pets, such as ourselves, animals on the farm, whatever, they begin to break down very quickly. Think about a chicken. Chicken dies of a heart attack, falls on the ground. Within minutes, the bacteria inside of it are already starting to consume it. Within a few hours, it starts to smell rotten. Then you get the predators, the vultures, whatever, to attack it. But even if it was not being eaten by anything else, the bacteria within it break it down. And even if you were to dry it out, for example, if you dry it out with no water, there's no bacteria. This is the whole idea of stuffed animals or whatever. Think about like feathers that fall off a bird. They don't have any water. So the bacteria don't eat it up very quickly. But over time, the feathers eventually dry out and they begin to disintegrate. And it's just the way it is. Now, a tree can live for thousands of years. But how long can an individual part of the tree live? How long does a leaf live on a tree? A few months? Maybe a year? The leaves on the tree are composed of chloroplast cells. These cells have a limited lifespan. Every living system has that limited lifespan, that entropy that goes on. And everything we build is like that. We build a car, a house, whatever. We leave it outside. It begins to deteriorate, and it rusts, and it disintegrates. But as long as we keep putting inputs, we can keep it going. We can keep refreshing the material. And that's like ourselves. If we simply died, we would be fertilizer within months. But the fact that we're able to keep eating, drinking water, moving around, and doing the things that we do. Now, we do eventually start to wear out, just like a piece of machinery. We start looking old. We start losing our performance. But we're still alive. We're still a system. We may not be as good as we were back in the old days when we were younger, but we can still do a lot, and that's one of the great things about it. So it's important to understand that in the system, the world that we live in, we're fighting this battle against disorder and eventual demise, which we will always lose. There's no way around it. The system basically eats us, so it's up to us to eat what we need to from the system to keep going as long as we can. And when our time is gone, there will be another individual or many individuals to replace us. So the best thing that we can do is to take our knowledge and use that knowledge to improve not only the lives of the living, but also to change the narrative so that the next generation doesn't have to make the exact same mistakes that our previous generation made. There will always be mistakes made. That's just a part of the way we live. But as long as we can improve, and again, whether you believe that the physical world is all it is, or like most people, you believe that there is an outside force, spiritual force, or whatever you want to call it, that is manipulating things to keep the system in order, whatever thing you believe, the facts are, at this time, this is our world, this is the earth that we live on. Relying on some supernatural force to solve your problems is not a good strategy. You can use that as an assistant. When you've done everything you can, what is that saying they have? When you're down to nothing, God's up to something. I've heard that saying so many times. I don't know who made it. But there comes a time when having that faith can put you in a better mental state and make it more likely that something good is going to happen. Whether or not that's actually what caused it is anybody's guess. So we have to be accepting of these possibilities. Sometimes things happen that we don't understand. And we have to be enough of an open mind to realize maybe we can learn from this. The more we learn, the better. Because when you stop learning, you're dead. All right, so let's see. Do we have more comments? Yes, we do. Jamette says, hi, Rick, Milton, Miss Kitty, and Quacks, listening mode. Yes, well, I'm glad you're listening. I see hearts, ducks, and cat heads. So that's good. Gotta love the cats. I wake up in the morning, I see Miss Kitty popping her head up to the window. That cute little calico. She's white in the front. She's such a cute little thing. I hope that I can get her, take care of her and get her fixed, and she'll be turned into a very nice domestic cat. She'll be in the house with Milton. Maybe Milton and her will get along really well. Make sure that she's healthy enough so she doesn't make Milton sick. Make sure she's defleed. And I'll have 2 cats. Well, we'll have to get more meat to feed 2 cats, won't we? And hopefully that'll be it. 2 cats and no more. But you know how cats are. They keep appearing. I guess when they see one cat go in the house, they look in there, they probably think, maybe that's not so bad. Maybe I'll make friends with that tall guy. And then next thing you know, your house is overrun with cats. The most cats I've ever had at one time was 5. But they do tend to multiply. There's just way too many cats. And speaking of animals, the other thing that was encouraging, although on our drive up to Mitch's, it rained a lot. We couldn't see much. On the way back, there was less rain. I was able to look out once we passed Melbourne and went south. There's still cow pastures out there in that part of Florida, which is really nice. If you think about it, I would be a very upset person if every piece of land in this state was all developed. It's really quite depressing. Down here, all available land is developed. The only thing that's not developed is the preserve areas. And even those, you can be sure they're going to find a way to develop it because they make too much money off of it. But let me go over here to this other one. And let me just give you a little brief rundown of what we did. So we'll go over here. And let me just refresh this and see how many viewers I still have. I got 44. That's still quite a few. But remember, I'll be back at 4. So, all right, there we go. Weekend meeting. Okay, those some comments. So, now who the heck is coming here at this time? Oh, well. I'm not going to answer the door. I'll just stay right here, that's all. Okay. Let's see. Okay, where is that? Hold on. All right, Google Maps. There we go. All right, let's see. Now you can see it's a long distance. Boca Raton, that's a long way. There's Melbourne. There we are. Okay. All right. $95. Okay. Port St. Lucie. You can see it goes through several different parts of the state. Now, Palm Beach, this is about the limit of civilization. And you have some preserve areas. And you hit some rural areas. And it parallels with the turnpike. Right there. But from here all the way down to my area, it's one big city. This whole thing. All the way down. Once you get up here, and it starts to go west, you can see there's a lot of open space here. There's development. Now, Florida's developed everywhere. But here you got more space. There's the St. Lucie River. Okay. Then there's more development here in the Port St. Lucie area. And here we go. Then it splits up with the turnpike, which goes across to Orlando. But you can see there's a lot of area here where there's not really anything. You have Fort Pierce. What is this? There's some development here. It's funny how they have these developments out in the middle of nowhere. Okay. Indian River County. So there's a lot of open space out this way. There's a little development here. A lot, and then there's this sort of recreation area. Restoration area, okay. So you got River Preserve. You have some land here. And there it is in Melbourne. There's these conservation areas, all kinds of stuff. So here we go. All right. Okay. But again, notice it's all developed here. What is that? Huh. That's weird. A big lake area. Indian Town. It's over there by Lake Okeechobee. But it's a long distance. Long distance. So you have to go all the way from Miami, here, all the way up there to Mitch, all the way to Melbourne. Oh, there we go. Cocoa Beach is over there. I don't know why this keeps zooming in. But there's still a lot of open space, but there's a lot of developments mixed in. You can see Florida's pretty heavily developed, especially here around Orlando. It's just amazing how much is there. But it was a very interesting and relatively long trip, but it was worth it. We got to meet up with some great people. Cats appearing in your life is because of the cat distribution system. Look it up. It's actually a thing. Yes. Interesting doorbell. Well, the doorbell is actually, it's a combination of things. The doorbell sound that I've always had is a foghorn. It goes, ooh. But I have that turned off, and I use the buzzer on the phone. If you've ever seen my phones, they're the old office phones, like the one over there, and it has a little buzzer inside of it. So when you push the button, it goes through, there's a little box, and it rings those phones. Lots of water sources in Florida. All the water in Florida ultimately comes from the rain, but yes, there's a lot of water sources in Florida. We get a lot of rain in the rainy season. This time of the year, not so much, but we do get a lot in the rainy season. So you can get a pretty good idea of what's going on. Okay, that is my mistake. I clicked the wrong button. There's a lot going on there. Let's see. Okay, where did I put this file? I lost it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's see. Winter Garden. Okay, that's Orlando. I'll find it. There we are. Okay. Ah, I see North Dakota Carnivore is having his live right now. Let's see here.
Monogastric proteins, even
Yeah.
absolutely good.
So it is at 11.
Like a monogastric stomach. Stuff is
Why is this? Okay. A little issue with the mouse there. All right. Let me just show you over here. As you can see, he's having his live right now. So you can check that out if you like. I don't know how many people he's got there, but I guess he's trying to compete with mine. Why is it not coming up, though? Oh, here we go. Okay, Bride's Biscuit is over there. There we go. Up. Yeah, we're... Okay. There we go. Well, he's got 8 people. That's pretty good. Make sure we click his like, so that way he can get more people in there. That's great. Okay, let me go back to... Oh, where'd it go? Here we go. I need to build one of those macro pads to make it a lot easier to switch scenes. So we'll go here and we'll hit the comments, and there we go. And Tim says, love your old school rotary phone. Yes, I'm one of the very few people that still does that. Okay. Love you, chat. Love you, Brother Rick. I'm going to chef it. We'll have fun at work. I bet that people really enjoy the food that you make. You're definitely very experienced when it comes to cooking and eating. So I'm glad that you were here. I'm glad you dropped in for a little bit. And anyway, as you can see, there's other lives that are going on now. Obviously, I picked Saturday because it's one of the least populated. Sunday is loaded with lives. And I'm going to be on a live at 4 today, so it's really important. Okay, let's see here. All right, and we can see there's comments going on his channel, so you can check that out if you like. All right, so let me see if we have any other subjects here, and maybe we can wrap this up before it's too long. And let's see. Okay. I think that's the only comments I have, and I still have quite a few people watching. According to this, it may have dropped off, but let's double check. Remember, my live stream is controlled by the amount of people that are watching and the amount of interaction. When the interaction decreases, then we wind down the live stream. That way it's really nice and entertaining for all. So, and again, I can't seem to reach this screen. There we go. Okay. Right. And I see Paul Saladino made a video criticizing sardines. He's always keeping himself relevant somehow. I have 46 watching, which is still really good. That's actually quite amazing. But anyway, let's go ahead. We have a beautiful day, at least here. The sun is out. It's not raining. That's a good thing. And by the way, speaking of channel, how long will it be before I reach 4,000 subscribers? Let's take a quick look. you can see over here, I have 3.6K. Let me see what we can do here. All right, let's see if I have any statistics. Let's see. Let's see what's going on here. I haven't posted a lot of videos. I got a few of them. Let's see. I did a ride a couple days ago. And all right. 3,964. So we are very, very close. We are close to 4,000. I've had 73 in the last 28 days. That's really good. It seems like the amount of subscribers is increasing. So maybe by the end of the month, I'll have 4,000. That's actually not bad. I mean, it's been 18 years, but hey, I'll take what I can get. That's great. And let's see, live at 8, yeah. Top content, still live at 8 with Rick. Although some of the old videos, oh, look at that. Ground beef is a scam. That one, I got some. Had the live with Brian and Johnny last week, and we'll be having another live with Thomas today. So you might want to check that out. I don't want to burn everybody out. So what we'll do, we'll go ahead. We're going to begin to wrap this up, and we're going to get ready for the live later. And of course, next week, don't forget that on Tuesday night, we have Russ's Keto Cookout, which I will also be on there, and you have the opportunity to join in whenever you like. You just log on and you're there. So that's a great thing. So let me see. And again, even though I don't have a lot of subscribers, my number is steadily increasing. It's not decreasing. No one has unsubscribed in a while. That's fantastic. So keep up the good work. You're doing really well. All right. Still listening? I guess it's time to participate more. Well, that's fine. So if anybody has any questions or statements that they want to make, now the guy that was supposed to have a heart attack, the muscle doctor or whatever, keep your eyes open. See if that's a hoax or if it's for real. Maybe we'll make a video on that. That would be quite interesting because I'm not even sure who this person was. I never saw him before. And Lady June 1 is here. I'm still here. And again, if you're getting bored with my live stream, you have North Dakota Carnivore. You can drop into his live stream. It seems like it starts at 11. I know usually around 1. I haven't seen Jerry in the live stream, but I think she has one at 1. And of course, we know that on Sunday, we have a string of live streams. You can start off at 7:30 with Dustin. And then you have, well, I know at 1, you typically have the, what is it called? Carnivore Sunday School with John Laspina. And by the way, John also does a live at 6 on Monday, 6 p.m. And he does short videos all the time, so you can check him out. He has his friends Juliet, who's here, and George Goodenough, and a guest when they do the Sunday school. And then, of course, on Tuesday, well, Monday, obviously, you also have the Zoom call that Dr. Kiltz puts out. There's also one on Tuesday night and Thursday night if you like Zoom calls. Then you have John Laspina. And, of course, on Sunday, which is tomorrow in the afternoon, you have several choices. You have Juliet, 5:45, Amy at 7. There's a lot of, I mean, you can't keep up. It's almost impossible. But Saturday, the highlights, you have Live at 8 with Rick. You have Thomas at 4. And now you have North Dakota Carnivore at 11. So again, it's like going to a buffet. You can choose whatever you want. You can choose a roast beef. You can choose a fried chicken. You can choose whatever you like, and it is perfectly fine. So anyway, that is great. And we have some more great comments here. Lots of hours. I guess you're looking. Yes, I do have quite a few hours. Quite amazing, isn't it? Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of hours. Okay. And let's double check here. I love your live because no commercials, no charges, etc. Just informative and fun. Yes. And that's the way this channel will always be. It is and free. No pressure. That is correct. It is your choice if you wish to donate to my channel. I finally set up the link after being counseled to do it several times. I finally gave into the pressure and did it. I'm very happy. People want to give. I'm not going to deny them that right. I just don't talk much, but I listen to every word. Well, that's the main thing. And I see a lot of people have been listening through the whole time, and that is great. And I really appreciate that. And Lou says, God bless you. And the chat, Rick, see you soon. Much love. I'm glad that you're here. And I'm glad that you had the courage to log on a couple weeks ago. And again, if you don't know who Lou is, why don't you check it out? I had a lot of great comments about your interview. It was pretty amazing. And again, there's more of us out there. I know there's more amazing carnivores that we don't know about yet. Maybe they don't know about the community. Maybe they're too shy. Or maybe they just don't want to draw attention to themselves. I'm not trying to draw attention to myself at all. Anyone that accuses me of that is incorrect. I'm just trying to bring up subjects, talk about them, and meet people. Just like if we were sitting out in a park or a building or whatever and talking to each other, or people were listening to me, it's the same exact thing. It's not about marketing. It's not about anything else. So I guess that looks like it's about it. I think I don't see any more comments. Let me just double check here. Let's do a final count, and we'll see how many people we have. All right, let me get back to... There we go. Let me refresh this. And there we are. 40, we still have 45 watching. That's pretty amazing. So anyway, and let me just double check, see if the phone was still working. It looks like the phone was still working, but everybody must be busy. But again, if you want to see more of me, you're going to see more of me at 4 o'clock. And in the meantime, I'm going to start cooking my heart attack chicken. I'm going to have a delicious heart attack. And hopefully, maybe you're going to have, I'm sure you'll have delicious food, unless you've already eaten your meal for the day, or maybe you'll be eating later. So that's great. So let's pop in here and let's do, okay. There we go. And you can see I am well relaxed. And, you know, this Alia had given me this before, the Quack Chief. Quack Chief, that was at the Kilts Meetup. So I like to keep my souvenirs around here. And let's see what we have in the chat. There we go. And all right. I've never met a carnivore in person. Well, all I can say is 2 words for that. Not yet, because you will eventually. It's only a matter of time. I hadn't met any for years until I was basically put into the, what was that? Well, my friend Russ, he came and met me in person. He was the very first. And I've met several from now on. That's really good. And there'll be more because I'm going to be more mobile and we'll be doing all kinds of interesting things. You're one of my favorite channels for a long time now. I agree. Too many carnivore channels I can't keep up anymore. That's correct. We just do the best we can. We tend to gravitate towards those people who we can relate to. And that's the way it should be. We don't need a large group with one person as a leader. We go in small groups. That's how we get things done. That's how we live. That's how we live traditionally, and there's no reason not to do it now. When are you expecting to have your truck back together? That depends on how many jobs and distractions I have. Under ideal circumstances, by the week after this week. But it may rain, so who knows? I guess the sooner I get to it, the sooner I'll get it together. But when I do get it back together, you will see. I'm not sure if they exist. All right? I'm not sure what I was talking about, but can't keep up anymore, maybe. Okay. So, if that's it, we're going to go ahead and we're going to end the live stream. And again, I thank you for being here. We haven't reached 4 hours today, but we've come very close. And again, you already know I can go for 12 hours, but I'm not going to do that. We have too many other people out there that need your viewing. Go ahead and check them out if you get a chance. If not, go ahead and go about your regular life. And just be grateful that you have another day, that you can do things. And as Brian Dish says, everyone have an incredible day, and the rest or reset, whatever you want to call it, of your weekend, and eat meat. Yes, please do so. You will not regret it. All right. And that looks pretty good. So I think in many ways, we, as our friend Russ Mitchell always says, we have fulfilled our contract. Of course, he does it in about an hour and 15 minutes. Me, I go as long as necessary. And I'm glad that I was able to meet so many good people yesterday. And even though I don't smoke cigars, I did hang out while they were having their cigar break. Oh, okay. I was referring to carnivores. That makes sense. I'm still not sure if they exist. They do exist. We're here. But whether or not they exist in your area, that's like here in Miami. I have yet to meet a carnivore here in Miami. And we have millions of people. And I deal with many people on a regular basis. Have a good one, Quackers. Appreciate that, lambs. Rick, thank you. God bless. We love you, Milton and Miss Kitty Meow. Yes, they're awesome. Rest and your... Okay, why is it not showing? We're here. There we go. A joke, yes. I figured it was a joke. But thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being my carnivore friends and carnivore associates and making Saturday morning a very special one for me and for all of us, I believe. And hopefully in the future, I'll get to meet everyone in person, and you can see what a total quack I am. You can see that I generally have a good attitude. Sometimes I have a bad attitude, but very few people have ever seen it. And Lady June says, thanks, Rick. Bye, all. And I guess you've been here the whole time. So that's really good. And thank you so much. And again, I look forward to seeing you later today, Tuesday night. I may see you another night. I used to go on the Carnivore Talk on Monday night. You should check that out if you like. Starts at 8 Eastern Standard Time and goes till as late as 11. So another one of those long live streams. It's just that I've been having sort of a neighborhood get-together with friends. Sometimes at my friend's house, sometimes here. We have barbecue. We talk. Sometimes we even watch Carnivore Talk just to see it. But that's sort of my association time. There are times when we don't do it. There may be a week when I don't do it, and then I will join the Carnivore Talk. But in the meantime, I do comment when I can, just to let everybody know that I'm still here and I haven't had that heart attack yet. Lady June, thanks, Rick. Bye, all. Well, thank you. Brian Dish says bye. And Jamette says, quack, quack. Made me smile. Well, I'm glad that I did. And again, no ads, no products for sale. This is the old YouTube where you would broadcast yourself. And that's what we're doing. I love Russ, too, Tuesday nights. He sings and fun. Yes, we all love Russ Mitchell. He's one of our great carnivore keto entertainers. Always has a joke, always has a song, and always keeps you listening on. All right, I'm going to click that end broadcast button, and I'm going to go out with, let's see how many people we have on the way out. We'll just spin this around, and we are good to go. We still have 45. I guess I have a great retention rate. But again, what do you expect? I have the greatest subscribers on the internet. Even though I have less than 4,000, I have a participation rate in the chat I haven't really seen in even some of the bigger chats. So we have something to enjoy. All right. Bye, everyone. And as you can see, the couch potato agrees. And I will see you in a few hours